I'd like to welcome those members of the public and press watching the broadcast of today's meeting of the Combined Authority Board. A reminder to those present today that this meeting will be broadcast live and recorded. There are no fire drills scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all move to the muster point, which is on the cricket pitch behind this building. Can I ask that everyone present to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place. So, on the agenda, we have item 1.1, which is announcements, apologies for absence and declarations of interest. Before we move on to that, I just want to make a note that this will be John Hill's, previously known as John T. Hill, but very much John Hill, last meeting as the Director of Business and Skills. I want to put personally and place on record my huge thanks to John for his tremendous service to the Combined Authority across a broad and vital area of work. I've always found him to be fizzing with ideas and ambition. Not only has John led our work on the University of Peterborough, the Market Towns programme across the whole of the area we serve, and the creation of the Business Board, he has also led, very importantly, our COVID response and recovery, which has been a vital lifeline to so many businesses and individuals across the area. John leaves with our very best wishes for the future, and I have no doubt for continued success. Hear, hear. Thank you. Would the Democratic Service Officer let us know of any apologies, please?
Apologies have been received from Councillor Anna Bailey, who is substituted by Councillor Josh Schumann, Co-opted Member Darryl Preston, the Police and Crime Commissioner, who is substituted by the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, John Peach, Jan Thomas from the CCG, and Councillor Edna Murphy, the Chair of the Fire Authority.
Thank you. Thank you. Does any member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest in any items being considered today? Okay, I'll come first to Austin at the far end.
Nick, just to note, there are multiple references to Metalcraft in today's report papers. I'm a director of Metalcraft and a shareholder in the parent company.
Thank you, noted. And Councillor Schumann.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to declare an interest in 3.4 on our agenda today, which is the Market Towns programme. I'm a trustee of Viva Arts and Community Group, who have placed a application for the Market Towns bids. I'm also a director of Viva Arts and Community Group. So I believe that's a pecuniary interest, so I won't take part in the debate or vote on that item. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the clarity, but can I make a request that we speak about the Viva Arts community, because I'm very fascinated by its work when we get a chance in the break. Thank you. And of course, declarations of interest can also be made at any point during the meeting. Item 1.2 is the minutes of the meeting on the 24th of November 2021 and the action log. We are being asked to approve the minutes as an accurate record. If any member wishes to raise a question on the accuracy of the minutes only, can you indicate that now? I can see no objections, so we will take the minutes as approved unanimously, and I will enjoy signing them in the presence of the board. Thank you. Can I pass those over to you, Shanda? An updated action log was published yesterday and circulated electronically to the board. Are there any actually specific questions on the action log? Okay. Item 1.3 is petitions. We have received no petitions this time, so we will move on. Item 1.4 is public questions. We received 2 public questions this month. The first was from Gamlingay Parish Council, which we will hear shortly, and the second, which was received too late to be considered today, but which will either be heard at a later date or receive a written response. Kirsten Rayner, the Clerk of Gamlingay Parish Councils, joins us remotely. Kirsten, hopefully. Aha, sorry.
I wasn't aware of this. I need to declare an interest as the District Councillor for Gamlingay.
Okay. As we say, you can declare an interest at any point during the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'm looking for Kirsten Rayner, the Clerk of Gamlingay Parish Council, joins us remotely.
Unfortunately, Kirsten's not able to join us, Mayor, but I can read the question if that would help.
It would be a starter anyway. Thank you, Shinda.
As the Mayor said, the question came from Gamlingay Parish Council. The title is Cycleway Bedford to Cambridge, Invitation to a Local Meeting. Meeting to discuss Bedford to Cambridge cycleway proposal is at Gamlingay Eco Hub at 12:15 on Thursday the 17th of February with Richard Fuller MP, Gamlingay Parish Council, Potton Parish Council, Worsley Parish Council and Grandson Parish Council. We would like to invite the Mayor or a representative to attend.
I think I have to declare a set because I actually live within the Gransden Parish Council area, so I would also have to declare an interest before I give my answer. But I just want to say I think this came from the benefit of going along to the recently organised County Council invitation to take part in a conference for all the parish councillors and the town council, of which I was able to attend. I thought it was a very enthusiastic meeting. I can really see the benefit of us as a board and all our constituent members working with those representatives who do such good work, and particularly over the last 2 years. So I was certainly enthused by this option. I recognise it very much is in keeping with the active travel mandate I think we have and want to see. But unfortunately, I am unable to attend, but I am absolutely determined, and I've been reassured that Roland Potter, the Head of Transport at the Combined Authority, will be available and he will attend the meeting remotely. I'll now move on to part 2, which is the finance section. Item 2.1 is the Budget Monitor Update for January 2022. John Alsop, the Chief Finance Officer, joins us to introduce the report. John, in person, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, members. So this report provides the background to 4 recommendations for the board. Firstly, to note the financial position of the Combined Authority for the 8-month period to 30th of November 2021. To note that the audits of the Combined Authority and of all the subsidiaries that require an audit have been completed. They have all received clean audit opinions from external auditors and have been filed at Companies House where appropriate by due dates. The board is asked to approve the continued use of Public Sector Audit Appointments Limited, PSAA, to negotiate and procure and to appoint the Combined Authority's external auditors, currently Ernst & Young, EY, for the next 5 years, and to note an officer decision that has been made by myself as a Chief Finance Officer to increase the budget for the provision of ICT support. As with previous reports, a summary table showing revenue budgets, actuals for the year to date and forecast outturns is shown under paragraph 3.1. Further detail on the main outturn variances is shown in the main body of the report and in Appendix 1 and Appendix 4. There are some staffing budget pressures, including increases in business and skills, but these costs will be recharged to grant funded and to the subsidiaries, so will be a net nil impact on the overall budget. But also we have increased corporate staffing costs supporting governance and HR, but these are expected to be only temporary. The capital spend in the year to date is summarised in the tables under section 4. As reported in previous budget update reports, actual spend against project budgets are lower than where we would expect them to be at this time of year. Some specific reasons for slow spend are highlighted in other board papers on the agenda, for example the Green Homes grants, and other factors resulting in lower than expected expenditure continue to be that some programmes have only recently been added to the budget. They've been approved in year, and thus not having had time to get going to accrue cost. And a number of the authorities' spend is for grant claims for which there is often a lag in claims being received and therefore being paid. We're also looking very carefully across all projects to challenge and eliminate optimism bias to ensure that the accuracy of forecasting and financial reporting is maintained. On 17th of December, the Audit and Governance Committee considered a letter from PSAA inviting the Combined Authority to opt into the national scheme for audit appointments from April 2023. The main points of that letter are set out under paragraph 6.2. The Audit and Governance Committee considered the letter and have recommended that the board decide to opt in to the national scheme. I'm happy to take any questions on any of the matters covered by the report. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So just before I open the report, it's just to say that there are 4 recommendations, A, B and D are for note only. It's C, which will require a vote around the use of PSAA to adopt the supplies of external audit services. But I'm sure there may be some desire to discuss the report. So I notice Councillor Bowden, you want to come in there. So
thank you very much indeed, Mayor. I've got 2 separate issues. Do you want me to deal with them separately?
Yeah,
fine,
please.
Okay. The first one concerns how far behind we are with the work stream budgets. Now, I appreciate that these figures are only up to the 30th of November, although that itself disappoints me somewhat, because that's more than 8 weeks ago, and I would have hoped that it could have been planned for us to have figures up to the end of December, so at least have something slightly more up-to-date for us to look at. So that's why I question, we're now in this report talking about a forecast outturn variance for the workstream budgets of 7.1 million. Has there been any progress since this report was written, and do we now expect a smaller or higher figure?
I think that's a question for you, John.
Yeah.
If you can offer.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is the more up-to-date figures will be showing a similar story. There have been issues associated with a number of the projects, and as I say, some of those will be addressed in other agenda items. And there have been obviously some impact from external factors such as the impact of COVID. But we are monitoring this on a regular basis. We have a new performance and risk committee, an internal committee within the Combined Authority that are looking at performance forecasts, both in terms of the project delivery, but also how that ties in with the expenditure. Obviously, there is a relationship between expenditure and delivery. So we are very mindful that in some projects there is an element of slippage. That's quite common across all local authorities. But we will be bringing a paper back to March, as we have done in previous years, to talk to the board about the difference between underspend as being in terms of economy and underspend in terms of slippage, and we would be asking for carry forwards as we do at that time of the year. So we will keep the board appraised on progress.
Is this a second point, or do you want to come back on something?
Just if I make part of my first point was my concern that we are receiving here figures for the end of November. We are now just about 4 weeks into January, and I would have hoped that it could have been organised for us to have December figures for today. Now, I don't want to look backwards, I'd much rather look forwards. And is it possible in future, with the planning of the dates which occur for the various meetings, that we have as up-to-date figures as it is possible to have to be presented to us when we're making decisions? That would be really helpful, Mayor.
I'm sure it's something that both myself and the senior financial officer would like to be able to provide. Do you want to come back on that, John, or just as a reassurance?
Well, we will certainly look into that and see if we can provide more up-to-date figures next time.
A second point?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very grateful for the answers to the first point. Second point on PSAA. and the recommendation we have in front of us, which I've got no problem with at all. But I was intrigued and surprised to see, and I haven't got it right in front of me at the moment, but in brackets I believe it said approximately £44,000 per annum, if my memory serves. And knowing what the pressures are at the moment in public sector audit, the financial pressures in particular, and the announcements which have been made by the relatively few auditors who actually carry out public sector audit work concerning their expectation about future fees, is it realistic to think that we're going to keep a steady state figure of around 44,000? Because I would put money on the figure in 5 years' time being significantly greater than it is now.
I'll let John come back on that. Obviously, there is maybe some credibility in being the auditors for the combined authority, so they would want the work. But in terms of the total costings, John, have you got a comment there for Councillor Bowden?
It's a very, very good point. Obviously, there's been a lot of commentary about the performance of auditors nationally. And there was, as you'll be aware, there's a review by Sir Tony Redmond who came up with a number of recommendations. Part of the issue that we've had experienced is the quality of the audit, and the auditors have complained, in inverted commas, that it's been very difficult to recruit and to retain. There may be increased pressure to increase costs in order to be able to encourage auditors to carry out the work. There's also been recommendations to have a look at what the auditors do and to try and make audit reports and financial statements more accessible to the general public. So some of that may be have a cost implication. However, given that it is a very tight market, the best way of getting a good value for us would be to use a national body who negotiates on a national basis. And over the last year or so, we have benefited from having a rebate from our audit fees, which have been by the activities of PSAA. So acknowledge that there is a risk, but I think this is probably the best way forward in order to mitigate and control that risk.
Yeah.
It's just it's a lot stronger than just being a risk. It is a virtual certainty that we're going to see these cost pressures coming in. And pardon me for being cynical, and pardon me especially for being cynical about government, but every single attempt that they've made in the recent past to simplify the accounts for local authorities and for public sector bodies has actually made it more lengthy, because rather than reducing any requirements, they've just added additional requirements. An example of such simplification was the narrative statement which was introduced. It didn't reduce anything at all, it didn't eliminate anything, it just added more work which needed to be done. And there's every indication that government is going to carry on going in that direction, and every bit of simplification they produce will merely be an addition rather than be a reduction of anything which is currently done. So, my pardon, you in your position aren't allowed to be cynical. I am allowed to be cynical, and I don't actually believe the government is going to reduce any of the requirements that there are for public sector in terms of the audit requirements.
Well, we'll make sure all those points are noted in the minutes, Chris. Sorry, Councillor Bowden. I think we'll move on. Any other? Okay. Any more comments to make about the report? Oh, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much indeed. So just talking about the underspends, so Appendix 4 is really helpful, where there's the narrative on the significant variances, and most of these stand alone. However, on the A10 dualling, where there's there's about £750,000 variance there, it references a later paper. I do think it's more helpful if these are standalone documents. So the explanation for that variance isn't within this paper. It'd be helpful just to know a little bit more about that, please. It just talks about uncertainties, but I'd quite like to know some more detail about uncertainties within this document, please.
I mean, John, we do have the benefit, he was there, Roland Potter. He might be able to provide the input as the head of transport. Do you feel that you can answer that question, John?
Well, I think it might be useful to wait for it, because I think that is included within separate agenda items. It may be useful to...
Do you want, I mean, Roland, I can bring him in if it's something that you want to address now.
Well, no, I can pick it up later, but what I'm saying is that these papers should stand alone, and therefore, you know, that information I would suggest should probably be in this. But the appendix is really useful, very clear, really helpful.
Okay.
That's the only bit that didn't have quite enough information for me.
Okay, so good report, but could do better. We will do that.
One thing.
Okay, fine. You can stand down, Roland. Any more comments that people want to make in regard to that? In that case, I would suggest we can move to the vote. And as I just say, just to note that the recommendation to note is the financial position for the year to date. To note that the completion and clean audit opinion of the 2021 accounts of the Combined Authority subsidiaries. And D is to note the increase in the ICT external support budget per ODN 324/2022. But the vote is actually on approving the Combined Authority's continued use of the PSAA to appoint the suppliers of external audit services for 5 financial years beginning 1st of April 2023 at the costs indicated. I'm removing from the chair, and a reminder to those watching the meeting that co-opted members do not have voting rights on any matters, although are they welcome to contribute to our debates. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. That looks unanimous. Okay, so carried unanimously. Okay, thank you, everybody. I will put stuff down. I do apologise, I appreciate there's a lot of papers, but item 2.2 is the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement 2022 to 2023 budget and the Medium Term Financial Plan 2022 to 2026. John Alsop, thank you for staying with us to introduce the report, and I note you need to be joined by Paul Rains, our Director of Strategy. John and Paul.
Thank you, Mayor. Members will recall that on the 24th of November last year, the board approved versions of the draft Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement and the draft budget for 2022-23 and the Medium Term Financial Plan to go out for consultation. The board also approved the timetable and those to be consulted. This paper provides feedback from the consultations. I'm here to answer questions and to respond to comments on the budget and medium-term financial plan aspects of the consultation. And Paul Rains, Director of Delivery and Strategy, is here to respond to questions and comments on the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement. Appendix 5 provides a summary of the 198 responses to the consultation regarding the budget and the medium-term financial plan. We received 198 responses, which was a considerable increase on the number received in the previous year. 24 received through the consultation microsite, and we had 174 direct email responses representing 180 individuals requesting that the Combined Authority include funding for the Whittlesea Southern Relief Roads Strategic Outline Business Case in its budget. A workshop and follow-up discussion was held with members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, but whilst a number of questions were raised by individuals and answers provided, the committee did not submit a formal joint response. The Business Board also had a workshop session as part of the consultation. Their discussions focused on the strategic aspects of the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement and how these may be interpreted by business, and have requested to meet with the Combined Authority Board to exchange views around growth and skills against the backdrop of the developing economic growth strategy. There have been a number of changes to the version of the budget and medium-term financial plan that was approved for consultation in November. Firstly, to include any subsequent board and government decisions that impact on the new financial year. This includes the additional £1 million mayoral capacity grant for just for 1 year only in 22-23, and provision has been made for a capital budget of £200,000 to cover the expected costs of fitting out a new office. Members will also be aware of a parallel exercise that took place during November and December to identify a pipeline of potential projects in a process that included all constituent councils, which were scored against the 6 themes of the growth ambition statements. Following discussion with members, only non-transport and non-business and skills projects have been considered for inclusion in the updated version of the budget at this time, but with headroom being left in both the capital and revenue funds for allocation when the transport and economic and skills strategies are more fully developed. Details of the projects that have been included in this updated version of the budget are shown in the table under paragraph 4.9 and described in Appendix 6. I would also ask you to note the Section 73 Officers Section 25 statement shown at paragraph 11, and in particular the conclusion, which is that the Section 73 officer considers that the authority's budget for the forthcoming financial year is based on robust estimates made for the purposes of the calculations, and that the proposed financial reserves are adequate to support the budget and medium-term financial plan. I'm happy to take any questions on the budget, but first we'll hand over to Paul to ask if he'd like to make any further comments at this stage on the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you, Mayor. So just briefly on the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement, which, as John says, you considered at your meeting in November. Perhaps just a reminder of what it is. It's based in economic theory, in what's called growth economics, and adopts what's known as the 6 capitals approach, although the labels we've put on them are not necessarily the ones that everybody who uses the 6 capitals approach uses. It's probably worth saying, and this is pointed out in paragraph 3.3 of the paper, this is an amplification of the devolution deal growth ambition to double the size of the economy over 25 years, and not a retreat from that growth ambition. It's about the quality of growth, it's about delivering good growth, it's about taking into account the sustainability of growth, hence sustainable in the title. This was taken to consultation as a result of your decision in November. Unlike the budget consultation, it's not a statutory consultation, not one that we're obliged to do, but one that you chose to do. There's a summary of the consultation feedback at Appendix 2. And the feedback probably falls into three broad categories. And firstly, we asked respondents to rate the significance of the 6 themes, the 6 capitals. The table in Appendix 2 shows how those were rated. Basically, a majority of respondents endorsed 5 of the 6 themes, very strongly endorsed the themes around human capital, health and skills, and around climate and nature. There was just under a majority rating finance and systems extremely important or very important. In bringing this back to you, however, we've taken into account the fact that in your previous discussions, you as a group have rated, in particular, the financial sustainability of public service in this area very, very highly. So we've kept that in. I should also say, though, that, as John says, we held a particular consultation meeting on the 9th of December with the business board, or with members of the business board, and others, which, with hindsight, we should probably have foregrounded a great deal more in the way we've written this up for you. But just to summarise that discussion, there was quite a bit of enthusiasm for the 6 capitals approach in the discussion. However, members of the business board did express anxiety about whether or not we might be seen to be retreating from the headline growth ambition. as I've already said, the objective here is not at all to retreat from that headline growth ambition, but to look at quality of growth through this. The other elements that came out of the consultation were a lot of demands for more detail. Where's the specificity? Where's the delivery plan? And kind of complementing that, quite a lot of respondents came back with very specific suggestions for how we should implement individual themes. So just to end on next steps, we will be bringing to you what we have in the forward plan for your next meeting, the Combined Authorities business plan for the coming year, and a paper on performance management arrangements in which we're going to be looking at outcome indicators. We feel that we will be responding to the consultation demand for more detail and embodying the suggestions that were made for more specific ways in which we might be implementing the 6 capitals through that business plan and through those measures of outcomes, which will give that degree of specificity that many in the consultation were looking for.
Thank you, John and Paul, and I'd like to personally put on note that I was very grateful for the comprehensive nature of this report. When I read through it and noted, particularly in some of the appendices, the actual individual comments that we got from the consultation process, I really felt that it would have been worthwhile to go out for that consultation, because I think we hear in it a voice of the communities that we all serve, and I think it's a challenge to us all to sort of move forward when you've actually asked what the people want, and I hope opening the report to discussion we can sort of move forward. So I'll open the report now. First to you, Austin.
Thank you, and thanks to the officers for their sterling efforts in gathering the consultation. Just to reflect on the business board's view and reflect on my own comments, which are a matter of record from the meeting in November, that we're looking to get as much out of the consultation as we could as a worthy exercise to help to shape that document, which will be a very important key document. It will be scrutinised by the business community in particular, looking for guidance and understanding of our sense of direction. And what I found disappointing yesterday in reading it is that despite all that hard work, we haven't changed it. It's the same document other than a grammatical change to one sentence. The business board fed into this consultation exercise, and they were felt so strongly about it. They actually provided not only verbal, but they provided a written document to capture their thoughts, and that's not included in the appendices. The points that they raised were not critical. They were broadly supportive, as I was at the last meeting, of what we're trying to do here, but they'd offered advice on small nuances and changes that could be made to that document to make it more palatable for the business community, not to scare the horses, that we weren't moving away from our focus of continued growth. And none of that has been captured in the document. So, I'm somewhat perplexed, because I'm a great believer in progress over perfection, but we've just spent 8 weeks going through a consultation exercise for the very purpose to tune and nuance this to get it as good as we possibly could in the time that we have, and we haven't changed it at all. On that basis, I today couldn't recommend accepting item A, because I think there's still a little bit more work to do to capture that. It's disappointing that that hasn't been done.
I obviously appreciate your comments, but I do think, I mean, maybe we're going to disagree on this one, but I think the business board has been listened to, and I've gone on a personal level, have spoken to many businesses, and I accept the description of how we had that meeting in December, the challenge that was given to us. But I just do not accept that we are somehow running away from the initial suggestions of one of the suggestions of what the devolution deal was about. I mean, it is stated there in that first page that we do have to see that the GVA grows. Growth is important. I recognise that the enable to continue some of the wonderful public services that we have in this area and the way that the community will change in terms of its demographic. We need the growth to pay for the healthcare. We need the growth to pay for social care. And we are a thriving area where people want to come. So as the mayor for this area, I do think this offers a new direction of travel, being inclusive. And it's absolutely wedded, and I think I'm showing it time and time again by my willingness to engage, not just with the community, the voice of the community, but with the businesses that I meet on a day-to-day basis and go out my way to work with and listen to, because I was pleasantly surprised by their challenge, and I could give examples where they were saying that you're not doing it enough in terms of the challenge around embracing growth, which comes with taking on the green agenda and the challenge of climate change. Hopefully we'll have more discussion, and I'll obviously bring in people, but I feel it's been a hard process, and I think there's a lot of learning that's still to go with this, and maybe there is some fine-tuning we can do in the course of time, which I'm happy to revisit. But I am absolutely clear that we have to sort of begin as a board with a sense of joint purpose, which we are kind of so keen to kind of demonstrate, not just to the people and the communities of our area, but also to the wider United Kingdom. That this is a strong statement that is inclusive of business. Sorry, Councillor Herbert, do you want to come in?
So I recognise some of the points Austin's making, because we have had a dialogue, and I also welcomed the proposal that the board and the business board should meet on this, because I think it is important to flesh out more detail. I also know that in the discussion and input from Councillor Bowden and myself and others, that there's also a bottom-up exercise of actually quantifying what we're in the business for, some of which is the metrics. Now, some of that is fine-grained, but at the same time, it is how you measure what I think is a really good, expressive diagram on page 68, in that it recognises that for the benefit of a healthy economy, there's an awful lot of linkages. And I don't think that we fully embraced some of the right linkages, plus we've got the imperative of addressing climate change in a practical way. So I would hope that Austin and yourself and the board could follow some of those threads up by having a joint meeting, Mayor, because we haven't met with the business board face to face, and I do think with the benefit of online that there is some further work to do. There are edges to the Cambridge economy, whether it's agriculture or manufacturing, that we need to be more critically focused on. But I do sustain the broad direction, because we kind of have left, we haven't given enough focus on people, and we haven't as a board looked at skills strongly enough, and the zone of actually people and a healthy economy and healthy people and the wider issues that are of connectivity that are in that very colourful diagram are really strong, and I think that's partly evidenced, Austin and Mayor, by the number of responses that we got, and also some of the details. So I would hope that in adopting it today, that it's on the basis that there's some further changes to it envisaged,
and continued all the time. Actually, Councillor Bridget Smith was, and then Councillor Nissinger.
Thank you very much indeed. So this statement's a significant departure from what we've had before, and it's one that I can support because as the leader of South Cambridge District Council, this works for my residents. So in Greater Cambridge, in many quarters, growth is a dirty word. And so moving the narrative to talking about quality of growth, to talking about health and well-being absolutely works for me and works for my residents. So picking up on Paul's really helpful introduction to this, saying that this is about amplification, it's not about retraction. Actually, what I think it's about is about adaptation here. So, we are inhabiting a very, very different world now to the world there was when the original deal was signed. COVID has changed everything. It's changed our priorities, it's changed the rate of growth, it's changed things for our business practices. And I think what this ambition strategy shows is that we are trying to adapt to this new world. And, the combined authority is bigger than the business board, I'm afraid, Austin. There's other factors here. We cannot just focus on, what one element of our communities want in Cambridgeshire. So this works for me, and I think the progress that the combined authority has made in this it gives me much more confidence than I've ever had previously. So thank you very much for the work that's been put into this.
I'm happy to wait if you'd prefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very disappointed by the paper that we have in front of us in a number of respects. I do see here, regardless of any comments which have been made to the contrary, a deprioritisation of growth. And I find it regrettable, and I'm using a very mild word there, to hear the comments from Councillor Smith. It may well be that in Councillor Smith's prosperous area, growth is becoming a dirty word. But I can promise Councillor Smith and the rest of this board that in the northern part of the combined authority area, growth is not a dirty word. Growth is a desperately needed concept which needs to be converted into reality. And I fully accept that there are differences between the position in the south of the combined authority area and the position of the north. And what we actually need is some balance between the two requirements so that we can move forwards to mutual advantage. We have an area, a significant area of our combined authority which is effectively overheated and which has every signs of becoming more overheated. Whereas we have another area, especially in terms of, let's say, house prices and land prices, whereas we have another area, a significant area within our combined authority area, which is crying out for growth, which is crying out for the access to jobs, those very jobs which is increasingly going to be difficult to be able to fill in the southern part of the area because of inflated house prices and other manifestations of overheating. So I'm very disappointed that that balance is not being shown in the documents that we've got in front of us, and in fact that growth as a concept is clearly being deprioritised. And I could go through this line by line, paragraph by paragraph, which would be far too lengthy. But if there's one thing which really does annoy me, it's when we reach agreement between ourselves after having discussions about how we will move forwards on something, and then we end up doing the exact opposite. And when we're looking at the new bids in paragraph 4, 4.6 in particular, we look at the new bids and the new bid, the process for new projects. And we're told the bids were screened for affordability and scored against the primary critical success factor of fit with strategic objectives in line with the process recommended by the government's Green Book. Well, the 6 themes that were agreed, we agreed at the time those 6 themes were discussed between us as leaders, that first of all, that it would be an indicative process only, it wouldn't be a prescriptive process, that is, the numbers wouldn't mean it all, yet the numbers apparently do mean it all. And then secondly, we were told at the time that the themes would be weighted, and we end up with the weighting of equality between them all. And as far as I understand the new Green Book, that is not what the Green Book says should happen. We should have appropriate weighting between different themes. So I'm very, very disappointed, and I too don't find myself able to support this today.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I agree with your comments just then. I just want to bring us back to the introduction that Paul made, which was that this document is not about replacing growth, it's about putting, we are continuing to grow. It's about making sure that that growth is sustainable, and actually that's a really important thing, not only for the south of the county, for the north. I also, I was hoping I was going to be able to speak and say that I thought that we were all in kind of passionate agreement with each other about some elements of this, but I'm not quite able to say that given Councillor Bowden's comments. I do think that there has been quite a lot of agreement about a lot that's very good in this paper. And I'll come on to that in a minute. I do, however, need to say that I absolutely don't agree with Councillor Bowden's analysis that we have this enormous split across the county with overheating in Cambridge. I think that the growth that there is in Cambridge is tremendously important for the whole county and for the whole combined authority area, and not only for the whole county and the whole combined authority area, but actually nationally and internationally. And we need that growth to continue, not only because it's good for the Cambridgeshire economy and the combined authority, but also because actually the work that's being done in some of our key growth areas, for example at AstraZeneca and at the biomedical campus at Addenbrooke's, is good for the whole world. And we need to make sure that we are putting the building blocks in place to make sure that that work can continue and that we support it. And now I'm going to come back to the differences between the paper in front of us and some previous iterations on growth, because I do think that the six capitals that we're looking at, and looking at a broader definition and different ways of measuring what we're doing, are really important in terms of supporting that growth. I think that the combination of Brexit, the climate crisis and the pandemic have put this country into a very different place in terms of its growth and its challenges from the one we were in 3 or 4 years ago. And we need to, and as a result of those new pressures and huge changes in the way in which people work and in the workforce generally, we need to think very carefully about how we can take that growth forward. And I think we need to think really, really hard about how we increase productivity, and how we make sure that we have a homegrown workforce who have the skills to support that growth in those companies that we need. And all of those things are reflected in this paper, and I'm seeing nods from lots of people around the room, and therefore I think that there are some really, really good things in here and some things that we can all agree on. I know there are issues which, I mean, we can disagree quite a lot on housing numbers in different areas and how many dual carriageways we need to build. I think it's much more constructive for us to be thinking about the things that we do actually all agree on. And I think in many ways, those, given the changes in the workforce, given the changes in people's working patterns, those are quite likely to be the places, so the increase in skills, the investment in human capital, and the support to companies to change, to manage that change to a different type of workforce and people working much more from home, which could be fantastic for some of our more rural areas, as long as companies get the support that they need to enable that to continue. So I think there's a lot that's very good in here. I think it would be really helpful if we can try and focus on the places that we agree, and I hope that we will be able to do that and to support this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singer. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my comments relatively brief, because I tend to find myself somewhere in the middle of this, in that I don't think this is an awful document. I think there's a lot to be said for this. However, I have very significant concerns about what we've heard from Mr. Adams today, and your response, actually, Mayor, and some of the other responses we've heard as well, because I think, to badly misquote David Davis and whoever it was originally that said it, Lee Amory, and before that, you know, some of us have sat here too long, I think, and let's just get a bit of perspective on what we've been talking about. If you're a member of the public sitting at home watching this, who do you think they believe knows more about growth, productivity and innovation? Is it us, as local authority leaders, let's be realistic about this, or is it the business community, who have basically been told, thanks, we've heard what you said, that's the end of it, we're not taking it on board. So when the business community, and there is a reason why Mr. Adams sits on this board with a vote, when the business community make representations the way they have done, I think we need to pay a little bit more attention than we are, frankly, at the moment in dismissing what sound to be very valid concerns. So I'm actually with Councillor Herbert on this. I think we do need to have a meeting as the board and the business board to get to the bottom of this and see what more can be done to get this statement in the right direction. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as say it's deprioritising growth, but I do think we're losing focus on the purpose. And I know we're having that conversation in the next couple of weeks, but I just feel this is perhaps the wrong time for the statement to be coming forward the way it is in this format, when there are very significant concerns that you're hearing, Mayor, from big sections of the business community and also some of us as local authority leaders. So I'm not sure I can support this on that basis, because I don't think it's been a particularly cooperative exercise again.
Councillor Schumann.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too will keep this brief, but just to echo Councillor Fuller's comments, there's one thing that the business community hate more than anything, and that's lip service. They haven't got time for that. And so I echo those concerns, and for that reason would find it difficult to support this paper. But not that reason alone. Again, Councillor Fuller reminds us of what the public would think to our meetings and our business and our conduct. And here we have a snapshot of what the public think in their quantitative or qualitative responses. And repeatedly, we see the word that there's a lack of detail and a lack of information. When you ask people, are we getting it right, it's important to know what right looks like. And referring them to a MTFS is not entirely the way that the public expect to engage with the business of the combined authority. And let's not forget that the combined authority is principally, along with the wording of the devolution deal in the first place, here to deliver growth, and it's not something we should be frightened of. And I didn't see Councillor Bowden's comments as a negative at all. I actually saw Councillor Bowden's comments not being parochial, but saying that there is no reason why a statement and a clear direction of travel can't be nuanced enough to recognise the rich diversity of the combined authority area. And I think that the comments from Councillor Bowden indicate that that hasn't happened. And instead, we've waited along a way which is far too leaning towards one area of this combined authority and not recognising its rich diversity and different priorities. So for those reasons, again, I just echo, Mayor, I would struggle to support this paper today. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Jim. Sorry, a question on response. When you mean the area, is that a geographical area, or do you mean...
The geographical area of the combined authority, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Okay, yeah, sorry.
I mean, the reason I wanted to clarify, because I look at this paper and on page 60, I reiterate some of the comments made at the start. This is an exercise where we have shown huge diligence in listening and reporting. I apologise if there is sort of a seemingness that the business board and indeed the business community is not wholly represented, but I struggle to agree with that, because I feel we have made huge leaps in a willingness to engage and indeed listen. And also, when I look at these possibilities, some of these capital projects, and when we talk about geographical spread, when you talk about the option of £1 million of capital for Net Zero Villages programme, and they can be for a village, a local parish council, the very people I met only last week who were talking about the combined authority putting forward support to deal with the environmental challenges that we have. That will be distributed fairly and equitably across the whole region. And a care home retrofit programme, again, opportunities across the whole of the county where we can sort of really start moving on. This is what we're here for debate for, and I obviously appreciate everybody's got a point of view. I'll come back, Austin.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if some of my comments might have been misinterpreted. The Business Board are not against the principles set out in the paper. To your point, the Business Board were consulted, they have been listened to, but we haven't acted on it. We have not changed a single thing in the paper. to reflect the advice that the business board gave, which was broadly in support of all of the principles, and it was suggesting improvements to it to make it more palatable, more digestible for the business community, and to make sure it got properly grounded. I'm at a loss to understand why we have not acted on the listening exercise that we embarked upon at public expense and 8 weeks of our time and effort. That's why I can't support it in its current form. And it's not a big job to fix, frankly.
Anybody else want to make any more comments? Well, in that case, we will move to a vote. So as a reminder that in accordance with the Constitution, recommendations B and C are recorded votes.
Could I just check whether you're in support of the proposition of having this further discussion with the business board on the detail? Because I do think that there are nuances that could be still further developed in addition to adopting it today.
I am in support of that. I'm obviously concerned about delays in bringing this, the proposals that we've got on the table, you know, trying to move forward, not just with the growth ambition statement, but with also kind of explaining to some of these programs that we want to kind of be positive for. Could I refer to either John or Paul as if we were to undertake an exercise as described by Austin and yourself? Would that cause problems further down the line, and how would we bring it into the timeline?
Shall I go? If I've heard the discussion rightly, Mayor, the proposal Councillor Herbert was making was that we adopt the statement today and further refine it. The statement belongs to the board. The board can update it and refine it, you know, at any time it wants to. So, as proposed by Councillor Herbert, that certainly wouldn't be a process problem if we took that approach.
Was that your proposal as described, Councillor Herbert? Because I would absolutely support that.
That is essentially it, and also to have this wider discussion, which Councillor Fuller picked up as well, which was that we really haven't married some of the other things that we do, and we've still got a larger sum of money, Mayor, to allocate in terms of infrastructure, transport and skills and economy. So I just think that there's just a need not to stop, but to amend and particularly influence the spend on the other programmes which we've still reserved the decisions on.
Absolutely. I can see comments there. Oh, Councillor Fitzgerald.
I wasn't going to say much on this. I agree with a lot of what's been said on both sides, but this is a case of cart before the horse here, in the sense that we're talking about conversations we need to have, but we talk about investments reflecting our values. I don't think we've got an agreed set of values because those conversations haven't taken place. There are a set of values, Mayor, but they may be yours. I don't know everybody is in accord with those values, and that's a conversation that we need to have. I am concerned that if Austin is raising reservations, I mean, you know, I could go either way, and I know my colleagues are not able to support it, but I'm trying to say, you know, and I agree it's a live document. It could be updated and amended, but it could have been beforehand. So why wasn't, you know, unless you've got a good reason why the business board's views were not taken into account and reflected in this document, I would be minded not to support it either on that basis unless there is some movement on that. And if it doesn't have to be today, well, there's no reason why this can't come back sooner rather than later. But maybe the other conversation needs to take place first, sooner rather than later. And, you know, growth, you know, is different to all different people. People have different needs across the county. I can tell you, you know, I don't want to make it personal, but growth is my salvation in Peterborough. And I know for Chris it would be, but it may be not as acute in other areas. But I'm looking to the wider county requirements, but recognise it's at different levels, but it's still all needed within the county. So it's just a really difficult dilemma, and it's, you know, there was more conversation needed about this. And I think I'd be swayed by Austin's argument than any political narrative in terms of, but I'm hearing no political angst here. I'm hearing that the paper does not deliver what people were expecting it to deliver. And I think maybe, I can't remember if it's Ryan or Josh, focus was the word used that's lost some of its focus perhaps, or it's not articulated in the document well enough. So I'll shut up.
Councillor Schumann, you indicated you wanted to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just briefly to say, and I really do appreciate Paul Rains's recommendations in trying to expedite this and move this forward. However, I'm slightly concerned that it flies in the face of what, you know, Austin has outlined, which is if we adopt this and then say we can tweak it, are we not listening? And I think that's the problem. If there is a way, and I think Councillor Fitzgerald just suggested that we bring this back at the soonest possible occasion, after listening, after doing what Councillor Herbert suggests, which is engaging, I think that sends a much better message than us saying, well, no, we did listen, but we've decided to adopt and we'll tweak accordingly once we've already made a decision. I just think that's the wrong message.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. All right. So being very mindful of what colleagues have said, you know, one thing that I think is overdue is a workshop between all of us and the business board. And I think, you know, irrespective of this, I think we'd all benefit from that. I think, you know, there's been interesting points made about how cognizant we are as council leaders of the need, you know, of the needs of businesses. I think because we all engage a lot with businesses, we all like to think we are. But I think, you know, I think there's a nice little piece of work for us to do there, getting to know each other and doing some sort of relationship building. So I think we should do that anyway. Going back to the statement here, you know, we can either adopt this on the understanding, as Paul's made perfectly clear, that actually we can do anything we want with it. We're not just talking about tweaking, you know, it can be much more major than that. The alternative is to do a blank sheet of paper piece of work, and quite honestly I think that's going to take so long that it will end up being counterproductive. So I would rather that we adopted this today on the understanding that we were going to do a joint workshop soon with the whole of the business board, and then we were going to do some subsequent work with all of us trying to do exactly what Councillor Netzinger has said, and that's identify what our common ground is, because it's only too easy for us to find things that we don't agree on, because that's what we talk about. But actually, there's way more things we do agree about. So I would be very happy that we adopt this today on the absolute understanding that, you know, this isn't going to be cast in stone, that we are going to do this work, the business board, that we are then going to do work between all of us to make sure that it represents what all of our priorities and what our common ground is.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, and I would echo everything you said, and likewise with Councillor Herbert. This is the sense of momentum. Councillor Ndesinghe, did you want to come in, and then I'll maybe come back to you, Paul?
Thank you. I've actually got a question for Eileen. So my huge concern, and it's growing, is that this combined authority was on borrowed time in May because we were not able to come to a consensus about what we were agreeing on. And we are still on borrowed time, and we are being watched by government to see whether there are things that we can agree on. It seems to me that the issues that we're talking, the concerns about this paper are relatively small. And I would certainly support what Councillor Smith has just said, and it would certainly be my preference that we were to take this forward today, and then absolutely agree that we need that. I mean, I would really, really welcome the ability to have that close conversation with the business board about what their concerns are and make sure that we're addressing them. So actually my question is to Eileen, if that's okay, on whether or not to not take this forward today, what the likely view is of that, and what the impact is on our overall ability to take forward a strategy. Because, I mean, to a certain extent, well, so that's my question.
Over to you, Eileen.
Can't see. So it's not for me as Chief Executive to opine on what others think of us. You've all raised separately and differently views about how those watching this meeting might view the discussion, and that's a reasonable thing to ask. What I can say from the perspective of having been engaged in this process is that I do know that all the comments were taken incredibly seriously, and that the feedback from the business board was taken incredibly seriously. And although what we have here is a headline document, I know, and I have spoken to Austin about this, that the detail, the concerns that sit behind it are very much being factored into the way in which we work, the way in which the process around thinking about the next stage of looking at bids, which would involve transport, skills, economy, that, you know, the dynamism of the process is being factored in. So I think it would be regrettable on the basis that a huge amount of listening and engagement has happened if we can't demonstrate that we've all been part of that, myself included. But, you know, you've all made important comments, including the desire to have a board-to-board with the business board, which is probably something you'd want to do annually anyway, I would suggest. So that's probably as far as I can go, but I hope that that's helpful.
It's relevant to
Councillor Fitzgerald.
It's relevant to Lucy's point, actually. My colleagues will tell you, because I told them, that I too am concerned about the reputation of the combined authority, and I made my point to my colleagues about what other people externally might think about our meetings in public. And what I would say to the Mayor is that the Mayor needs to put more effort into, and I know diaries are tight, and the team, I don't just point the finger at the Mayor, about reaching a stage before we get to these meetings where this is agreed or not agreed. It is no point in coming to these meetings without a full and open dialogue about papers in front of us. And I don't mean cramming, you know, this whole agenda into an hour or a couple of hours on a leaders' strategy meeting. This is an important document. So I think the way this is going is it will be voted down on the basis of what I'm hearing, whereas there's an opportunity to pause here. So I will send this message to DLUC and anybody else watching. I, for one, want to see this combined authority successful. I want it to do things for the county of Cambridgeshire that it was set up to do. And we must all redouble our efforts with the Mayor. He's here till he's unelected, which I think might be a good possibility, Nick. Don't buy any new shoes, I told you. But in all seriousness, you know, I know what you're trying to do. We're all trying to do the same thing. So the people in Westminster or in ministerial positions that may be watching, I'm telling you from me that I'm trying to do the very best I can. But it's not helped with the circumstances that we are trying to work in, that this kind of level of document, we should either agree beforehand or reach consensus. So I want to be clear about that. So there is an opportunity here to pause rather than vote it out, which is then not a refusal in terms of government's eyes. We just need more time to look at this document and reflect the business board points, or give a good reason why they've not been reflected, and other concerns that everybody has. So I would move, Mayor, that you might want to withdraw the paper for today and bring it back at the earliest opportunity. And I agree with you, Lucy, it is about reputation and how it looks to other people. We need to be mindful of that.
Thank you. I'm going to give the last comment to you, Paul, as the the paper.
Just a very technical process point. I think we are discussing simply recommendation A, and recommendations B, C and D, there is a timetable around those. Our hands are slightly tied on timetable. Robert may want to clarify, but I understand on the MTFP, we do have some timetable considerations to take into account.
Thank you. That's an important point. I mean, we have to take all these votes separately, and I appreciate, obviously, the comments that have come in. Robert, do you want to clarify that point? Because obviously, I am going to move to the vote.
Yeah, no, I'll be conducting the vote on items B and C. They require recorded votes. I think John Alsop is better placed than me to talk about the necessity for adopting budgets by certain times. So, Chair, if I can pass you to him, if it would help.
Sorry, that would over to you then, John.
Thank you. Yes, so in terms of the legislation about the approval of a balanced budget, and this comes from the Local Government Act 1992, so billing authorities, which are most of the constituent councils, have to approve their budgets and set a council tax before the 11th of March each year, immediately prior to the start of the new financial year. The deadline for precepting authorities, of which the combined authority is one, although there is no intention to precept for next year, is the 1st of March. So we need to have approved, or the board needs to have approved a balanced budget before the 1st of March.
Thank you. Can I just clarify a point with Robert then? There are actually 4 sections to this, and I just want to say I have listened. Is it possible to vote on B, C and D? And I do want to personally move on with the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement and adopt it sooner rather than later. But is it possible to still vote meaningfully on B, C and D if we don't take a vote on A?
Well, John also jump in and correct me, but sorry, Chair, are you proposing to withdraw recommendation A, and you're asking whether B and C stand alone as recommendations to be voted? Could you just clarify that? That's what you're asking me.
That's my question.
Yeah, I see limbs B and C as independent to A. John's nodding. D is a note only item in any event. So it is open to you as Chair to withdraw item A.
Austin, I have listened. I will withdraw item A, obviously taking advice from Bridget Smith and Councillor Herbert about that engagement. But in regards to items B, C and D, I'd like to move on and take a vote.
I hope, Mayor, that we can have those discussions, because this document has been available since November, and thereby I hope that we can have the discussion.
I want to
adopt it at our February board meeting.
It would certainly be my ambition, but in being very clear, the message that I've heard from this meeting was that, particularly with regard to the business community, we need to be seen to be listening. There wasn't, in terms of it's an excellent document, but had noted reservations about it. We've listened. We will make a better document working with the business community. So I'm going to withdraw A, if that's okay, Monitoring Officer. And then can I move on to recommendation B? Is that okay?
Yeah, certainly. I would propose to take B and C together. I see nods around the room. So I'll do that as we've noted. Item D is a note-only item, so I'll take a recorded vote now.
Do I have to read all this?
I will conduct.
All right, thank you. Okay, fine.
So can I take votes? Sorry, Chair, excuse me. I haven't done a formal step here of having a proposer and a seconder for B and C.
I'm proposing, and Councillor Herbert is seconding.
Thank you. Important point. So I'm taking votes in favour of items B and C, which is to approve the revenue budget for 22-23 and the medium-term financial plan 22-23 to 25-26, and also to approve the capital programme 22-23 to 25-26. Okay, I'm going to call off and could I have votes in favour, against and abstention, please. So, starting with Councillor Smith. Can I have Councillor Bowden?
Against.
Councillor Nethsinger? Councillor Fuller? Councillor Herbert?
For.
Councillor Schumann?
Against.
Could I have Austin Adams, please?
For.
Thank you. Could I have Councillor Fitzgerald, Deputy Mayor?
In light of the amendment, I will support the recommendation.
And yourself, Chair?
I am for.
So items B and C are carried by a majority vote.
And therefore we move on to recommendation D, which is a note that the Section 73 Officers Statutory Section 25 statement, which we have now done. Thank you, and I appreciate that was a difficult conversation, but I hope that everybody feels that we have listened and we're ready to move on in a very proactive, purposeful way together. I just ask now to the board, does anybody want to take a break for 5 minutes? Yes, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes. Okay. We're about to go live again. Okay, thank you. So again, I apologise for such a huge agenda, and looking at the pages, we're 1/7 of the way through. So obviously we do need to talk about things, and item 2 now is the Mayor's budget for 2022 to 2023. John Alsop is remaining with us to introduce this report. John.
Thank you, Mayor. So this report sets out the draft budget for the Mayor's Office for 2022-23 for approval by the Board. The process for the setting and approval of the Mayor's budget is determined by the Combined Authorities Finance Order 2017, which is summarised in the workflow chart shown at Appendix 1. A breakdown of the draft budget is provided under paragraph 2.3, and a brief description of what is included in each line of the budget is set out in the subsequent paragraphs. Costs will be funded from revenue gain share, and there will be no precept issued to support these costs in 2022-23. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
The report is now open for discussion. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. This is your first Mayor's budget that you've put forward, and I have to say that I'm a great believer in tradition. And tradition would dictate now that all those who are in political opposition to you should pile in against you and should complain about this. And I wish to break that tradition, because I thought it was always petty when that was done with the previous Mayor, and I still think it would be petty now. This is your budget for you to proceed with what you need to do in your judgment, and I therefore am more than happy to back what it is that you are saying. Not that I'm necessarily going to agree with everything you do and with everything which is done with this budget, but this is your budget, and I think that the accountability for it is it's quite open. It's quite transparent, and I'm therefore most definitely going to break tradition, and I'm going to be happy to support you, Mayor.
Well, if that's breaking with tradition and that's cooperation, I seem to remember that's one of the C's I campaigned on. I welcome it. Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Oh, okay. Okay, old habits die hard then, is it? That's the problem. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Anybody else want to comment? Well, deathly silence reigns, so that's we will therefore move to a vote. As I say, this is in a reminder with accordance with the Constitution, it has to be a recorded vote. And I move from the chair, even though it's my budget. All right, okay. All right, do I... Oh, in that case, I know who I want to have as a seconder. Councillor Bowden. The monitoring officer will now ask each board member in turn for the vote in alphabetical order.
Yeah, I'm happy to go with alphabetical order. I've got a different run on my...
Well, do it however you want.
Okay, fine. I'll just go with my way, thank you. So, yeah, so the proposal is to... where are we? To approve the Mayor's draft budget for 22-23. This is a recorded vote. Votes for, against and abstentions, please. Councillor Smith. Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nethsinger. Thank you. Councillor Fuller. Thank you. Councillor Herbert.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann.
For.
And Mr. Adams.
For.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Fitzgerald.
Yes, for.
And Mayor Johnson.
For.
Okay, that's taken unanimously.
Thank you. In that case, we will now move on to item 3A of the agenda, and this is shown as a mayoral decision. In fact, item 3.1, the allocation of additional home to school transport funds for the academic 2021 to 2022, is a matter for the Combined Authority Board to decide. Roland Potter, the Head of Transport, will introduce this report. Roland.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, committee members, board members. I'll be brief in terms of time. This paper is allocation of additional homeschool transport funds in the academic year 2021-2022. This relates to an amount of funds that was provided by the Department of Education and supported homeschool transport during the pandemic period. in addition to the normal homeschool transport. There was a figure further down in the paper in the table that talks about total audited spend is under 1.658 million. When submitted, there was an error at the department, and they took a number from another tab, and we received a smaller amount of funding. We've had discussion for a request for the additional funding, which has been verbally agreed, and this is now split into the numbers: Cambridgeshire County Council 344,211, Peterborough City Council 208,340, and the Cambridgeshire Combined Authority 50,522. So the board is recommended to note the contents consultation reports, noting the Mayor's intention to allocate the balance of additional homeschool transport grants in line with the audited expenditure figures of each authority below, subject to funding confirmation of the Department of Education. I'll commend to the board.
Thank you, Roland. Does anybody want to ask any questions about this? There is no indication. As I said, this is a board decision, and as it relates to transport funding, it calls for 2/3 majority, including a vote in favour from the two highways authorities, Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council. We will move to the vote. I am moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Singer. To be approved, the recommendation requires a vote in favour by at least two. Oh, I've done that already. Or appointed by the constituent councils to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council, or the substitute members. The monitoring officer will confirm the outcome of the vote. Votes in favour, please raise your hands.
That's taken unanimously, Chair.
Okay, unanimous decision. Thank you, everybody. So we can now move on to section 3B, which is combined authority decisions. And these are decisions coming direct to the board for decision. Item 3.2 is called the Transport Levy for 2022 to 23. Roland Potter stays with us to introduce this item. Thank you, Roland.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, board members. This is the Transport Levy for the period 2022-2023. The Transport Levy was taken over as coming back to the Combined Authority from the 1st of April 2021. Previously, it had all been returned back to the authorities. The levy, key points within the levy are that in 2.4 there's a breakdown of the costs, which amount to 16 million or just over 16 million. It should be recognised that a number of those costs are retained and paid for by the Combined Authority, and that support staff, overhead support total, etc. And then this is in table 3, and then there are other costs that can come out because they're supported bus services or their transport modelling in the transport budget, bus service operation grants from government, or section 106 supported bus route monies, which brings the total down to 13,229,793. In 3.2, it needs to be recognised that the proposed levy here has figures for Cambridgeshire County Council of 9.6 million just over, and PCC 3.5 million just over, giving the total of 13.2 just over million. The change from the previous year's levy is currently an increase, proposed increase of 438,960 under Cambridgeshire County Council, but there is a reduction in the costs estimated previously this year in PCC of 248,842, giving a total increase of 190,119. There's an explanation in 3.3 about the variances, and some of it relates to concessionary fares, some of it relates to supported bus services and inflationary pressures, and some of it relates to some of the existing contracts that were in tendering process during the transfer over on April the 1st, 2021. In the interest of times, I'll cease there and commend the report to the board for questions.
Questions for the board. Councillor Singer.
So I've got a couple of things that I would like to say on this. The first is that while I understand the reasons for the increase in the cost to Cambridge County Council, I also understand that council officers were not entirely pleased at having that extra money to find dumped on them at somewhat short notice. So that's a small point, but it would be very helpful if we could have this significantly further in advance in future, please, because it came quite late in our budget planning process. But that's a relatively small matter. The main thing that I wanted to ask about and to draw attention to was the what's going on with concessionary fares at the moment. So it says in this paper that the concessionary fares are in fact not being paid out as concessionary fares at the moment, but are being paid out as a flat fee to the bus companies in order to support bus services given the current pandemic conditions and the lack of ridership for many buses. And I have to say that I think it is very important that we keep our bus services going. But I think if this is effectively being used in a completely different way at the moment, it's also very important that we have serious conversations with our bus companies about the services that they are providing, and about, I mean, they're receiving 8.8 million of public money as a flat, what is effectively a flat subsidy at the moment, not connected to ridership at all. I think under those circumstances, we ought to be having a much closer conversation with them about what services they're providing and what we're getting from it than we perhaps are at the moment. And I know that there are discussions going on about future bus services in all sorts of places. I know that those, I mean, I'm quite disappointed that those have been delayed. And I think that I would really welcome some more engagement with with Roland and the transport team on what exactly conversations we're having about the money that we're already giving. So if that would be possible, that would be very helpful, please.
Well, I would absolutely expect that of our team. I speak as the mayor who went above and beyond to speak and listen to the bus operators forum only last week. I didn't realise how much I love buses doing this job, but I will think for the meeting today, perhaps take that question back to Roland to maybe just update with how much we are working with the various operators and acknowledging the information that you've already highlighted. Roland, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Nsinga. Firstly, apologies for the short notice, and I take it back that we need to have more engagement earlier on matters of this importance. So my apologies there. On the second matter of engagement and concessionary fares, you're absolutely right, and the concessionary fares have been paid out as per government guidance primarily, but you're absolutely right, it's a significant amount of money. What I would say though is the bus operators in our region have worked extremely hard, and we've worked extremely hard with them to ensure that our bus services continued through the pandemic despite COVID impacts on the bus operator drivers in particular, despite the additional cleaning that they had to do, daily, etc., maintenance that was over and above that there was no grant funding for from government. But equally, when drivers were being pulled off or being attracted away to HGV roles, and we were losing significant numbers of drivers, their campaign to recruit and retain drivers was significant, and services were predominantly maintained across our region, whereas in other regions it was notably that complete services were ceased, and that has been happening in other regions recently as well. So we have worked really hard with the bus operators. I'm more than happy to have meetings with Councillor Nsinga and others to go through that, and I'm more than happy for Councillor Nsinga and others to come with us to bus operator meetings should they so wish to do so, and I'm happy to organise that.
Okay. I can't see anybody else wanting to indicate a desire to speak, but we will now move to the vote, and I'm going to move the recommendations from the chair, and I'll need a seconder. Okay, Lucy, Councillor Nsinga, thank you. And as a reminder, same again, the usual mantra, to be approved, the recommendation requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members appointed by constituent councils, and that has to include the members appointed by County Council and Cambridgeshire and Peterborough City Council. The monitoring officer will confirm the outcome of the vote. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. Unanimous?
It's approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you, monitoring officer. Okay, we will now then move on to item 3.3. And this is the proposed reprofiling of the Market Towns programme budgets for the wonderful market towns in the Fenland area of Wisbech, March and Whittlesea. Is it Vanessa? So Vanessa, is she coming? So Vanessa Ainsworth, the finance manager, will introduce the report remotely. Vanessa.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, board members. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we're good.
Okay. Thank you. This paper is to request the approval for the reprofile of the market towns budgets for Wisbech, March and Whittlesea. However, under review, I was asked to expand the scope and set out the whole programme budget rather than just the 3 specific towns. And unfortunately, the recommendation was not updated to reflect this. I would like to request that the recommendation can be to approve the reprofile of the market town budgets rather than mentioning the 3 specific ones, as all but one of the towns has been delayed. May I ask if that's possible, please?
I didn't see that one coming.
Could I just check, before we weren't aware of this proposal, reliant on Vanessa to just confirm that the report content is sufficient to support that widening.
Yeah, if you note the reprofile requested, Mr. Parkin, in the second table in the budget paper, it does refer to all the market towns being reprofiled across. So the information, the financial information, will support the recommendation.
Sorry, John, do you want to make? Is this any comment? This is. I mean, I've had lots of briefing before this, and this didn't come up before, so I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing here, and we're not diluting the monies that we're meant to be giving to the right market towns to go into the right areas. John?
Sorry, I wasn't aware of.
Mayor, I wasn't aware of this either.
Sorry. Is there John, can you clarify, is there a time limit about this? Can this be brought back to the next meeting? And without any penalty or delays in regard to the budget allocations to the towns?
If I can confirm, there is no change between the individual town budgets at all. The individual town budgets are keeping the respective approved, awarded funding. It is just the expenditure of towns' money.
Mayor, I suggest we stick with the table, with the recommendations as is.
Okay, I'll go with your recommendation, John. So we'll stick with what we've got. Sorry, Vanessa.
Okay.
And sorry, Councillor Fuller, do you want to come in?
Yes, I don't understand the problem here, Mayor. I think Vanessa's quite right. Table 2 clearly shows the requested profile changes. So just the recommendation may need revising. We're quite within our rights to do that at the board meeting. We can move amendments to that if necessary. That's standard governance. But the recommendation, the suggestion is quite clearly set out 2.3 and in table 2 of the requested profile changes. I just don't see the need. Frankly, Mayor, I don't see the need for this to be before the board, in all honesty. I was going to suggest this to you outside of the meeting, that for the sake of brevity in future meetings, this should be the sort of thing we should quite easily be able to delegate to yourself in conjunction with officers. It's capital funding. There is no ill effect of this board carrying over capital funding in its accounts. Do we really need to send this away and bring it back to another board meeting? I think let's get on with it.
I'm going to let the monitoring officer come in.
Sorry, Councillor, I just wanted to quickly jump in and then pass back. It was just to check with Vanessa. Vanessa, are you proposing that the profile described in the table at 2.2 is essentially you're asking that the report be updated essentially so that those profiles be approved by the board today?
Correct, yes. So the tables are correct, as Councillor Fuller has mentioned. the recommendation was not updated as it went through. Initially, the proposal was for the 3 market towns to be reprofiled, but on review, it became evident that most of them required reprofiling.
That's fine. Okay. Well, I think for me that's clear. If the Chair, if you're clear and the board's clear that what you're being asked to approve today is the profile as described in the table at 2.2, and we can amend the report recommendation to approve the profile of the market town budgets as described at the table at table 1 at 2.2 of the report.
Yes, the clouds have lifted, and I see what you were trying to achieve there. I would be happy for that to be to proceed on that proposal. Yes. Councillor Bowden, or is that just?
Yeah, I do reiterate the comment made by Councillor Fuller. I'm surprised that something like this even comes before us, but then not to come before us with the right recommendation does make it difficult. I have to admit, the first time I read through this, I read it incorrectly as a result of that, and it was Councillor Fuller who put me right when I questioned him about what this was about, and he explained it to me, and then I realised the mistake I'd made. But all we're doing is reprofiling, and we're moving capital expenditure further into the future. It's not as though we're bringing anything forward. Yeah. So it doesn't create any problems at all. I don't see why anyone should object.
I don't think we're going to get any rejections. I think I'm just aware that this is a sort of thing that, in terms of trying to improve the governance within our own organisation, we just are going to be introducing more closer observation of how we do when we delegate these expenditures and make sure that they are kept up on course. But yes, can we move on? Do you want to now present the paper, or is anything more to add?
If that's acceptable, yes, then I would like to present.
Right, okay. So in that case, I actually got here Councillor Bowden, as leader of FDC. Would you like to share your thoughts with the board on these proposals?
Happy to propose that all of the changes be
as noted.
Agreed.
Yep.
Apologies now. I didn't realise you wanted me to present the report for final.
No. I think
voting.
brevity
I
is.
thought I was able to put in a very brief comment, if that's possible.
You want to make a comment? Yeah.
A very brief comment,
yeah,
just to
please do.
Yeah. Sorry. All but one of the towns have been delayed with issues surrounding COVID-19, material delays and grant funding agreement signatures. Additionally, some East Cambs towns are still to put forward proposals to utilise the £3 million allocated to them some 2 years after the programme's launch. To try to regain pace on delivery of the Market Towns programme and in preparation for a potential extension to it, officers have been asked to bring regular updates to the CA board on the progress of the portfolio of projects across the 11 towns. The majority of the projects are forecasting complete spend by the end of March 2023. However, due to the reconfiguration of the project content, St Neots will be extended until March 2024. And that is my final comment.
Thank you. I am ready to move on to the vote. I'm moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. Votes for, please raise your hand. Okay, against. Sorry, again, no, well, unanimous. Okay, and then I've got item 3.4 is the Market Towns Programme approval of recommended projects, brackets funding call 7. Domenico stays with us to it, but he's not even here yet. Are we having Domenico presenting this, or?
Thank you.
Hi, Domenico. Do you want to come in and introduce the report for item 3.4, please?
Thank you. And apologies for the confusion for the previous item. It was the last minute that we got asked to look at the whole programme rather than any specific time, so we updated the table. And it was just noticed this morning that the recommendation just wasn't right in terms of us.
All right, we'll move on.
I will move on. Apologies, mate. This item is a continuation of the Market Towns programme. This is the 7th tranche, the 7th funding call under the investment prospectus to date. It's asking for a total of £470,000 of combined authority capital investment. Just a bit of background. To date, there have been 6 funding calls under the programme. This has resulted in 44 projects being approved by the board, awarding a total of just under £10.5 million in grant funding. This has brought in an additional £11 million plus in investment, partner investment. And to date, we've had £300,000 worth of claims processed, with more expected by the end of March as we approach the end of the financial year. The aim is to get One more funding call is scheduled for March, with the aim to get the full budget of the 13.1 fully allocated by in this financial year. As explained by Vanessa earlier, there are just a few towns that just have some remaining allocations which they're already preparing the bids for to come before the board in March. For this latest round, the board has been asked to approve 2 proposals which have been received from East Cambs District Council for the town of Solemn. Now, these are very exciting projects. They're proposing to provide much needed accessible business space for the residents and to support their local growth in business. The first project is Solemn Agritech Business Centre. Now, this is to support expansion at its Solemn-based innovation hub managed by NIAB. The investment will fund a new commercial space building that will enable businesses in the sector to better showcase innovations and to engage with wide audiences to grow businesses in the sector locally. The second project is to support the Spencer Mill Business Centre at Solemn Station. Now, this is a multi-phase project. Again, it's to develop a local community hub with incorporated business facilities. This is to provide functions for future shared working space and to provide a learning environment for the local community. The overall completed vision, once all the 3 phases are complete, is that this centre will be a thriving, well-connected business community and training hub for the area. So I'm sure the board will agree that these 2 are very exciting and well-needed projects for the town of Solemn. I would also like to remind the board that these proposals have been independently appraised and the assessment reports have been attached as appendices to the report. I now recommend the paper to the board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Domenico. I did have down in yellow that I should invite Councillor Schumann to speak first, but I know you gave a pecuniary interest. Is he allowed to speak about the project, or is it?
Councillor
Schumann, one of the funding things.
So we've discussed it. We don't find it's a disclosable pecuniary interest directly, but he has an interest in the matter. He's able to. It's really down to his own conscience as to whether he's able to speak. But I'll place it in his hands.
If I may, Mayor,
yes.
After discussing with the monitoring officer, the reality is that I think the pecuniary interest is very weak at best, and so therefore, following the Constitution, I'd probably be allowed to speak but not vote on the matter would probably be prudent. So for the benefit of the board, if I may just start by a quick and brief introduction. Some of the members here will be familiar with the work of Viva Arts and Community Group, having secured £2.4 million to build East Cambridge's first purpose-built theatre. But that was only ever the start of what was going to be a project which would be ongoing hopefully for many years. To give a backdrop, Viva is in its 25th year, I think now, and in that short time it's managed to go from a group of 15 youngsters putting on a production in the school hall to a membership of many hundreds, and including ex-members now who are performing in the West End, including playing Rodney Trotter in Only Fools and Horses currently, and many other alumni who are working in the theatre world. And theatre is much broader, as I'm sure you all know, than just those performers on stage, including opportunities for youngsters to go into carpentry, stage production, design, and other areas of theatre. So it's always been our aspiration and the motto really of the Arts and Community Group of creating and offering skills for life, not just for theatre. With that in mind, we've always had that strong theatre base, and hence why we can now boast our own space that we can put productions on. But the next phase is to try and embrace the fuller community areas that theatre offers, and training and skills. And this is where this bit is very much linked to the agenda, or the item which we're considering today, which is around the next phases of creating training spaces and opportunities for youngsters and adults alike to retrain and learn new skills. The location in Soham is possibly quite familiar with many of the board members, including yourself, Mayor, as it's very close to the train station, which has recently opened. So connectivity is really improved over the last few months. and also is very close, Paul Rains, having visited the site, will probably recall, there is small industrial units, cluster of units at the front of this site, which have become in a state of disrepair and sadly economically have become unviable for many businesses. So we as an organisation, when I say we, the Viva and Arts Community Group, see that as an opportunity to try and embrace that industrial employment use, enhance it, develop it, and make sure this is not just a theatre, but also a space for everybody else to enjoy and hopefully benefit from. So I hope that's a bit of a snapshot of the overarching prospects or hopes and aspirations of the group. Thank you, Mayor.
You sound very passionate about it. I can understand why it wants to grow. Anybody else want to make any questions or comments on the report, or can we move to the vote? Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Singer. All right, fine. Okay, so we are going to move to the vote. I'm moving the recommendation from the chair, and I'm looking at it from a seconder from maybe Councillor Shute. Oh, we can't vote, can you? Sorry. There. Councillor Fuller, thank you. Right, votes for, please raise your hands. Okay, obviously with one abstention, but... yeah, it's an abstention. Yeah. Right, thank you. And we're now moving on to item 3.5. So item 3.5 is the Greater South East Energy Hub, mobilisation of schemes and important reprofiling of budget. An amended version of this report was published on the 19th of January following a request from Bays that some information should be presented as an exempt appendix. This information was exempt from publication under Part 1 of the Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended, in that it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed, brackets, information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. Does any member of the board want to discuss the exempt appendix? That is not the case. So, in that case, is Alan here? Alan, hello Alan. Alan Downton, the Senior Responsible Officer for the Business Growth Service and Energy, will introduce the report. Over to you, Alan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I'm joined by Maxine Narborough, who's the head of the Greater South East Energy Hub. There are 4 parts to this paper. Section 3 sets out the Sustainable Warmth Programme. This comprises of a home upgrade grant of 34 million and a local delivery phase 3 programme of 84, totalling 118 million. Bays issued the combined authority the Sustainable Warmth Agreement, and an MOU was signed on the 19th of November 21. We are in the mobilisation stage of this programme until the 31st of March 22, and delivery will start as of April the 1st through to the 31st of March 23. All 141 local authorities are involved in the delivery of this scheme. We have learnt a lot from mobilising the LAD 2 programme that are now applied to the Sustainable Warmth Delivery approach. Section 4 is a confidential appendix relating to Green Homes grants. Section 5, we've been given some additional projects to deliver, amounting to 2.3, and these are set out in the paper under Section 5.1. Finally, Section 7 and 8 sets out the financial reprofiles required for the Greater South East Energy Hub, ahead of the business plan being updated in March 22 for 22-23 and then presented back to the CA board. I would like to recommend the recommendations on pages 1 and 2. They are labelled numbered 1 to 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I have a note here, but obviously these recommendations are quite complex, and but we need to have a debate, but we'll work out how we're going to go through them. Does anybody want to make any comments on the recommendations or the report? Well, that will make it easier. So I would like to move to the vote. I need a seconder, maybe from Councillor Bridget Smith. As I said, these recommendations are quite complex, stretching over the 2 pages. Are board members happy to take these as a block, or would there be any preference to taking them separately? No, we're going to take them as a block then. Thank you, Alan, but we will move to the vote. Votes in favour of these recommendations, please raise your hands. That's a unanimous. So, thank you for that. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now to item 3.6. Now, this is what I'm looking forward to. Item 3.6 looks at progress against devolution deal commitments. I will ask Nathan Bunting, the Programme Coordinator, to introduce the report. Councillor Dupre, the Chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, is also hoping to join us this morning to share the committee's views. Before we begin through, though, I wanted to say how much I welcome this collaborative approach which the Overview and Scrutiny Committee has taken to help produce this report. Careful deliberations have definitely produced some really constructive recommendations about the way we progress against the devolution deal commitments is reported going forward, and I think personally demonstrates a real value which the Overview and Scrutiny can add to the way that the way in which the Combined Authority does business. We'll go to Nathan first, and then hopefully to Councillor Dupre. Nathan, to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this item is to note the regular 6-monthly report on progress with the devolution deal, requested by the board in its new format, which reflects the Overview and Scrutiny Committee's recommendations set out in Appendix 1. Section 3 of this board paper offers a narrative against the 6 themes of the deal, and Appendix 2 offers updates on individual pieces of work in each chapter to annotation of the deal. Thank you, Mayor. I welcome any comments or questions about these reports.
That was quick. Right. Comments? Oh, hold on. Is Councillor Dupre with us? No, we have. We haven't got Councillor Dupre with us, but so I will now open the report to the board for questions and debate. Okay. Well, there's no questions or debate there. Again, thank you to Councillor Dupre and the Overview and Scrutiny for the work on this. We've been asked to note the committee's report and the new format for reporting progress against the devolution deal commitments, which reflect the recommendations from ONS, which we have now done. Thank you. That was quick. Thank you, Nathan. We'll move on to item 3.7, and this is the final report in the 3rd section. It's the proposed variation to an affordable housing scheme loan relating to the former Alexander House, Ely. This key decision was added to the forward plan on the 14th of January 2022 under general exception arrangements. This item contains 3 appendices which are exempt from publication under Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended, as it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed. This is because information relating to the financial or business affair of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. Does any member of the board want to discuss the exempt appendix? In that case, we will move this item to the end of the agenda, and Roger Thompson, as the Director of Housing and Development, joins us remotely to introduce.
We're not moving to
Oh, right. Can I just jump?
You can introduce Roger, but because no one wants to talk to the exempt appendix, we're carrying on with the item.
Right, okay, my apologies. So, missed that out. So, Roger Thompson, Director of Housing and Development, joins us remotely to introduce the report.
Good afternoon, Board. This report is seeking approval from the Board to extend by 3 months the term of the loan facility under the Affordable Housing Programme with the borrower Lara Homes on the development of the former Alexander House site at Forehill, Ely. The loan facility is currently due to be repaid under the existing arrangements on the 7th of February. The development is very close to being finished, but has been heavily disrupted and impacted in the past 2 months from the Omicron COVID-19 variant, disrupting the availability of labour on the site from key finishing trades like plastering, carpentry, decorating, bathroom and kitchen fitters, along with delays to material supplies like timber and glass. Of the 25 apartments in the development, all now have prospective occupiers who have either contractually exchanged, reserved, or have been provisionally allocated to the affordable units. The developer and residents are desperately keen to get the development completed as soon as possible to enable families to move in. The current interest rate being paid on the loan is 3.29%, and it is proposed that this interest rate will be increased to 6% over base, so it will currently be 6.25% for any additional period for the extension if the extension period is approved. The alternative is, of course, to stick with what we have and require the borrower to repay the loan in the full sum when the development is not completed, but on the 7th of February. The likelihood is that the borrower will default and will have to take legal action to recover the debt. And in that scenario, I don't think we can be certain about when the apartments will be completed. The granting of an extension should enable the development to be completed and the loan to be repaid with interest due in an orderly manner. And I recommend the paper to the board.
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to turn first to Councillor Herbert, the lead member for housing, for any comments he would like to share before opening the report to the board for discussion.
Well, I'm not going to go back into the history of the loans, but the repayment on time has effectively been bound in the way that MHCLG has agreed the funding of affordable housing, so that it is essential that we get these loans back to their timetable. So, as others on the board may be aware, this is the second extension, and clearly we want to have assurance. Perhaps, Roger, you could add a little bit in terms of what is our assurance that these flats are going to get sold and the money is going to be repaid. I mean, ultimately, I do think, Mayor, it has to be clear that any further changes need to be on the responsibility of the lender, because the money is badly needed, and other housing is dependent on its repayment. As I discussed with Roger and we raised at the Housing Committee, we do need to have a fuller report, which Roger's working up, which the Housing Committee will take in March, and the board can consider whether, and we'll share it with board members, and there's a choice about whether or not it needs to come to the board. It may not need to. But we do need to get to the bottom of the loans, which are detailed in the committee papers. I think it was pages 211 and 212. So you've got in front of you the pages of the two very clear summaries that Roger's provided. So, Mayor, I'd just like, through you, just to ask Roger perhaps to just give a bit further understanding about his knowledge, assisted by the surveyor's report and other contact with LARAG on terms of the repayment.
Well, I'm happy for that to go back to Roger. Yes, like yourself, Councillor Herbert, I would seek those assurances. Roger.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Herbert. As I said in my introduction, all of the units are effectively being allocated, which we should take some great reassurance from. I think that they're all under offer. And indeed, on the information that I had a couple of weeks ago, I believe 11 of the units have already exchanged. Now, the methodology behind the repayments is that we have a covenant effectively over the site. We have a legal charge, and that legal charge is released on the apartments as the apartments are sold. We receive money from the sale of the apartments as a priority sort of recipient. So they can't sell the apartments without effectively starting to repay off the loan. And I think we should take assurance of that. This paper is really all about getting the apartments finished. They're not after any more money in terms of the facility. It's just that extension of time with the disruption that's taken place to get the apartments finished. And getting the apartments finished triggers the repayment, because they will then have the receipts from the sales to repay the loan and the interest. The good news is that, looking at the numbers, the receipts that they're expecting to get from those sales should more than cover the capital repayment and the interest, even if we have an increased interest period for the next couple of months. So the money is there to be gathered and garnered. We just need to enable them to complete.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. I'm going to open this up for other members who'd like to comment on the proposals as I'm looking that way. Oh, okay. I'll go Councillor Singer, then Councillor Fuller. Then.
Thank you. So, first of all, it is slightly worrying that the loan repayment is going to be delayed, but under the circumstances, perhaps not enormously surprising. And I am very pleased to see that the interest rate will be at 6% from the 7th of February. That's good news. So the thing in Roger's introduction that was quite worrying was was what Roger had to say about what happens if we don't extend the loan, which didn't sound like a good outcome, and I think we don't want to be in a position where we have people defaulting on our loans, and these are quite. I mean, this is one of a number of quite significant loans that the Combined Authority holds. The money that is out in those loans was originally intended for affordable housing and needs to be spent on affordable housing. I just wondered whether the Combined Authority had done any work yet, or was likely to do any work, looking at whether, if these loans, if there are doubts about these loans, whether it would be possible to sell the loans to other people who are interested in loaning money to developers.
Well, I guess that's a direct question to me, to which I have no knowledge of that, and I wanted to double check. I can always come back to that. Financial Officer John, would you like to answer that question, or is there something I should be telling me?
We haven't looked into that prospect as far as I'm aware. Obviously, we could speak to our financial advisors that are in close, but obviously, when we set these loans up, there's a huge amount of due diligence that goes through them. It's all forms part of our investment strategy. And within that, it's a service investment. So that's where we make loans in order to further the strategies and the objectives of the Combined Authority. So there are very specific reasons why we would do this. And it means that we offer a rate which is bound by what was previously state aid regulations, but it's changed slightly. So what excuse me, the market for us to be able to sell those loans onto somebody else, I should imagine, would be very limited indeed. But it's something we could talk to our financial advisors about.
Could I ask that we could investigate that and perhaps have some information on how much the loans would be worth if they were let?
Okay. It's a question from the board. I will ask the team to consider it and report back to the board. Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councillor Herbert. It would have been nice to have had this repaid on time as previously agreed, but I know from construction projects within my own council that there have been significant delays in getting materials. Specific materials have been almost impossible to come by for many months. We've had to down tools literally for a period of 3 or 4 months on one particular project. Cost of materials has risen. So there are legitimate reasons here, and they're the reasons being put forward in the report. What we're not being told that there's an issue in selling these properties, and that's why they can't repay the loan. It's purely that there's been a delay in completions. So I'm quite relaxed. I well understand that reasoning. We've got adequate security, as Mr. Thompson has told us, over this entire project. There seems to be almost no potential consequence of us losing this investment. It sounds as though we will get it back, and I think in the circumstances a 3-month extension is quite reasonable, and I'm happy to support the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, you wanted to come in?
Thank you. Yes, I agree. 3 months is not a long time, but does that mean there's no consequences of a late repayment here on other projects awaiting funding from this pot of money?
Was that something that Councillor Herbert, is there any direct link? I think it's a question to you in terms of, I think it's an important point. You know, this is a direction.
Well, Roger might be able to add, but at this stage, there's no impact on the obligations to fund.
But it's a notable concern if we consider other links. Roger, do you want to come in there?
Yes, we've spoken to the finance team about this, because obviously we're continually updating our projections around potential claims for the Affordable Housing Grant Programme and how they marry up alongside the performance and return of capital from the loan schemes. So there is potentially a little bit of a cash flow squeeze in the next couple of months, but I understand with the finance team that can be managed. And I'm not expecting there to be any impact on any of the schemes that will be starting on site between now and the end of March, or indeed any of the claims that we might receive over the period of the next couple of months. We will clearly it'd be essential that the developer performs. Now Omicron is sort of easing a little bit, that the scheme gets finished, you know, the decorators get in, the kitchen and bathroom fitters get in. They managed to fit out the cores of the apartment building that will enable a very quick, I think, disposal of the units as soon as they can get completion of the units.
So could I come back?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that worries me, because they're obviously, if we're talking about there being a cash flow squeeze in the next couple of months, if things don't go as planned, then what is concerning is going to become a problem pretty quickly. And if we have any other loans that need to be extended, that's going to add to this problem. So if we've got projects, we haven't got any choice but do this. But I think we need to keep a very close eye on what the consequences are of extending loans, because if we then start losing schemes that are sitting there waiting for funding, then that's really not very good.
I'll let Roger come back. I think it's noted, and I think all of us around the board would hear those concerns and have those likewise. We will, as a combined authority, have to be very mindful of how giving an extension in these circumstances. But this is for this specific consideration. We will look at the others and continue monitoring. Roger, did you want to come back? Oh.
Just very quickly, I entirely share the concern, Councillor Smith, and indeed that's part of the reason we're going to provide a more granular report to Housing Committee at every Housing Committee from this point forward on the loan book, as Councillor Herbert indicated at the beginning of this report.
Councillor Bowden, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor Smith just said it. We've got no choice but to agree to this. So I'm not sure that a lengthy debate is really extremely valuable. However, I have to say that in principle, I am against unnecessary generosity to those with whom we have a contractual arrangement of any sort. And I'm not just talking in the housing area, I'm talking generally. We as a combined authority have a duty towards the authority itself to ensure that we manage to get the appropriate recompense from the contractual arrangements we enter into. However, in this case, quite clearly, we'd be cutting off our nose to spite our face if we were to say, sorry, these are the terms, stick to them, or we'll start taking further action. So clearly, it will not be in our interests to insist on the original, on the current term being adhered to, and this 3-month extension is not unreasonable. And I have to say that from my personal experience within Fenland, I know that Lower Homes are very actively looking to the future. It's not a company which is on the brink of failure, very far from it. It's one which has quite a lot of resources behind it, and quite clearly there is a short-term issue, and we've heard it's not just for this particular company. But I don't have any problem at all with this in the circumstances, but I wouldn't want it to be seen as a precedent.
Indeed, I think that's what I was trying to allude to as well when I spoke before. I'm time to move to the vote, I feel. I'm taking this as Councillor Herbert, you're proposing, and just looking for you to have a seconder.
I am. Thank you.
Seconder from Councillor Bowden. Okay, we'll move to the vote. Votes for, please raise your hands. Okay, we got unanimous, I believe. Thank you. Well, we have made some progress. We're at part 4. I'm looking at, it's 12:20. Can we move on to maybe 1 o'clock? Yep, I'm going to take that as a go. So we move now to part 4 of the agenda, which contains recommendations which are being made to the Combined Authority Board by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Item 4.1 relates to the Local Transport and Connectivity Plan. I can see Tim Bellamy, Transport Strategy and Policy Manager, will briefly introduce the report remotely. Over to you, Tim.
Good afternoon, members. Hopefully you can all hear me. So I'm mindful of time, I'll keep this update brief. The Local Transport and Connectivity Plan continues to be developed following meaningful engagement with public stakeholders and members. As a consequence of a number of changes and amendments made, the LTCP will change from a refresh to a rewrite. Subsequently, in order to maintain a meaningful public engagement and consultation with stakeholders, it is recommended via DFT guidance and best practice to extend the consultation period from a 6-week, originally a 6-week consultation to 12-week consultation. In order to avoid a pre-election period, it is therefore suggested that a consultation will commence in mid-May. The time between now and mid-May will be used to continue further engagement with councils and businesses to ensure that the document and the consultation material truly reflect our position in a different parts of the region, etc. In addition, there's a number of technical work streams that will continue to develop, and these will be fed back to members too. Finally, there's ongoing dialogue with GCP around its city access programme, and those discussions will continue to ensure that a deadline of autumn 2022 will be met for the Local Transport and Connectivity Plan. I commend this paper to the board and welcome any comments or questions.
Thank you, Tim. I'm going to open the report to the board for debate. Nothing? Oh, well, okay. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I was waiting for the debate to conclude before I made my point, and since it doesn't look as though anyone wishes to say anything, I'll hang my hat on this. It is going to be several months before anything is going to come out of this in practice, because obviously the period of purdah, nothing can happen during that in terms of the consultation, which is why the consultation doesn't start until later in May. You've got the period of the consultation, the consideration of that consultation before something comes back to the combined authority through its structures. So we're going to be more than 6 months, we're going to be eight or 9 months down the line, I think, before we see anything practically happening about this. And that is the way things are, no point in moaning about it. However, some things were predicated on the assumption that by now the combined authority would have got past this stage and would already be in the process of making some decisions. And one of those, Mayor, for which you've been given notice, is the Route 68 bus in Wisbech, where the combined authority has had provided interim funding which runs out on the 31st of March 2022, and that was provided on the understanding that by that time there would be a wider framework within which consideration could be given to that bus service, which provides very much needed connectivity with both the local eye hospital and with Tesco's for many individuals who don't have access to transport and who otherwise wouldn't be able either to get into the town centre or to get to transportation to the supermarket. Now, in the last few days, the drivers have been talking to some of the passengers, and we've had a number of occurrences of residents in touch with us in tears at the prospect that they will lose their ability to get to the supermarket, their 1 day a week that they're able to get out. You have been approached by this already, Mayor. I wonder if there's been, I know only quite recently you've been approached by it, and very grateful for the comments that you've made back to both me and to Councillor Sam Hoy. I wonder if there are any further reports that you could give about this vitally needed service and the position from the 1st of April onwards. Thank you.
Obviously, it's not particularly specific to this thing, but as you've asked the question, I share your concern as a mayor. I've obviously indicated the importance of bus services and indeed connectivity. I know that the combined authority has helped, and when the the financial support through the Section 106 initial arrangement, and the Combined Authority has stood up and tried to support so far. My only update to yourself and indeed the residents that you represent is that the Combined Authority will look into it, and we will report back to you as soon as we possibly can if there's anything that we can do, either as the Combined Authority to continue the support for the service, but it may well be to be creative and continue that support. We're going to have to work with potential constituent partners, and that may include County Council or indeed Fenland District Council.
I do apologise, Mayor. I've just realised I should have declared an interest in this before I made the point. I am a trustee of the community transport body which actually supplies this service, so I do apologise for not making that disclosure first of all. I have made that disclosure in all my written communications with the Mayor. I certainly ought to do so at this meeting.
Yeah, and I would acknowledge that you have made it clear from the start. And as I indicated, I understand the importance of the transport arrangements there. The Combined Authority will work with all people and all constituent groups to try and come to some sort of solution. Councillor Singer wants to come in.
Thank you. My comments will probably follow on from Councillor Bowden's quite well. In fact, I do feel quite frustrated by this paper. I think it's frustrating on a whole range of different levels, one of which was that I think there was a certain amount of scepticism expressed about whether or not we were going to be able to get the transport refresh done on the timescale that was originally planned. And I'm not surprised that we haven't and that it's going to take longer. But what's frustrating is that I think if there had been a bit of a recognition from the Combined Authority that it would take a bit longer, then we would have been able to think about interim arrangements better earlier. Given that this is now going to take longer, and I do think it needs to, I think it's a really important document. I think it does need a significant rewrite. But given that it needs that significant rewrite, we do need to be thinking really carefully about what we're going to do while that happens. And I think that the space in which that thought is most urgently needed is in the area of buses. And I know how committed you are to improving our bus services, and I know how committed almost everybody in this room is to improving our bus services. It is a major issue for us, and it's one which we need to be taking action on really quite urgently, because the issues that Councillor Bowden has raised are not only relevant to his patch, and there are other partners of ours who are also trying to work on this area and move things forward, and it's very difficult for them having this kind of delay. So I accept that this needs to be delayed. I don't think there's anything I can do about it now, but I would ask that we move quite quickly to trying to work out what we can do in the next few months to make sure that, I mean, this fits in with what I was saying earlier about concessionary bus fares. We just need to be working kind of across the whole, all of the Combined Authority partners to work out what we're going to do about our bus services for the next year, because clearly some of this is going to take longer. So perhaps we could have a specific meeting on buses at some point, and we've got a specific board meeting. Can we please have a specific bus meeting? Maybe it's only me that's interested, in which case I'll be there with Roland and some other people.
Well, first of all, I want to acknowledge those sentiments, and I'll be brave enough to say mea culpa. I have lent very heavily on the officers, and I know they have moved heaven and earth, particularly over the Christmas period. That's despite internal challenges around COVID infection, to try and deliver a meaningful and well briefed new LTCP. And if it was my optimism that was pushing it, I will take responsibility for that. But although my heart was leading my head on that one, I have listened particularly to the experts within the organisation. I've listened to my sort of CEO, and actually, again, going back to the point of public consultation, I am proud of the amount of consultation and how we've managed to kind of make the Combined Authority more visible in terms of the challenges, again, working with the partners all across the board, and listening and getting feedback around what people want in terms of a change. And it is often about improving buses and also active travel lifestyles. So it was with a heavy heart. and not without a few sleepless nights, I had to accept the drop back. I have had conversations with other constituent members in certain areas to say that this is not something that's any rollback, and it's just another agreement that we will work closely going forward. But I take some responsibility. It is not my office's doing.
Can I come back on that?
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in kind of pointing the finger at people. What I really want to, what I really want to make sure is that we, particularly on the bus work, that we move forward with what will effectively be an interim solution. But I think an interim solution is probably a practical one, given all the myriad uncertainties that there are around the way in which people work in the future, the impact of the pandemic on all sorts of different aspects. But I think that interim work is needed very urgently, and that was really what I was asking for.
And you will have it. It will be very much in my mind as well. Austin, did you want to come in? No.
Yes, thank you. A few thoughts and questions. We note that the interaction with GCP has been greatly improved, and that's to be commended. Are there any unintended consequences of this delay in respect of what they're trying to get done? Is one question. I certainly would support a view that work needs to be done on some short-term mitigation to bridge the gap between where we are and wherever we might get to the extent that there may even, and you'd be surprised to hear me say, it may even be sense in pushing this back a little bit further and focusing on the short-term mitigations, because if we're coming to terms with the fact that there's a degree of complexity here, that there are a number of moving parts that still aren't grounded and may not be for some time, despite the consultations that we've received, we may be having this discussion again later in the year around a further extension. Would it make sense to just catch our breath now and switch our focus to the short-term mitigations and give ourselves the breathing space to do the job right?
In some ways, I think that's what we're asking to do now. I mean, the taking a breath and then, rather than pushing ahead, which I was strongly advised against, and that's why we're bringing this paper today. We are taking a breath until we put something out after May. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So could we just bear in mind that local transport plans, affect local plans, and those of us, in the midst of doing local plans, need this work as well to help underwrite our local plans. So, we can't just let it drift and drift, because there are undesirable consequences if we let it drift on too long. I think the Chief Exec wants to comment on that.
Yeah, Eileen, do you want to come in?
Thank you. It's a really important discussion. So I think there's a number of things that I'm hearing. There is the need for us to be able to tactically respond to challenges of the here and now, which is absolutely right, and which I know Roland and the bus team are alive to and have daily conversations around. And I think we need to make that more visible and to make it more accessible. So I think possibly what I'm asking Roland and Oliver to do is to set in train a meeting where they can explain the tactics of how to make sure that key transport lines of transport around buses are maintained as far as possible during this period. Then I do think, Austin raised the important point about the work with the GCP and unintended consequences. So we are working incredibly closely, as he knows, with the GCP and meeting fortnightly to make sure that our requirements are aligned and that there are no surprises on either side. And I think that's really important, so that consequences there are for both parties, but they're consequences that are known and planned for. So I hope that gives you some reassurance. And then I think maintaining momentum around getting an LTCP, which is important for the whole geography, which we talked about earlier, is the right thing to do. And the team, and I am working very closely with the team to make sure that we are confident that we can get to May in a good place. If I have any doubts that we're in a good place, I will signal that to you early. But the work that I'm seeing to date, the plans for the work, have a clear timeline that get us to that early May point. But my commitment to you is, if I'm not confident, I will come back to you as soon as possible and share that.
Thank you for that reassurance. Councillor Bowden, you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I was very grateful for the comments from Councillor Nethsinger and from Mr Adams. And I just wonder, given the cliff face that we're facing with, in many cases, 31st of March as a timing deadline, and the period of gap that is going to need to be covered, and I fully accept the comment from Councillor Nethsinger. It's quite a widespread issue. It's not one which is just local to my area. Would it be helpful for the benefit of all members of the board if there could be a short paper at the next meeting of the board about the interim solutions that you have managed to put in place by that time? Because by the time of the next board meeting, we'll be only about 5 weeks away from the end of the financial year.
I think it's a fair ask, and it was something that I'm sure we can work on to give you a bit of an update, if that's indeed possible. But sorry, Councillor Nethsinger.
I think it's possible that might be useful, but it's also possible that work will still be ongoing and that we will be kind of, I think it would be, I think that the commitment that we've got from the Chief Executive that there will be a much more extensive briefing on the work of the whole board, of the work that is already being done with Roland and the bus operators is really welcome. And it, I think it's that detailed knowledge of what is being done that will bring me reassurance rather than necessarily a short paper on it as an update to the board, if that makes sense.
We'll work on both aspects. So as I say, you've asked and I will look into, and if it's something that we feel that is taking up valuable officer time, but we will look into it.
I do apologise, Mayor, taking up valuable officer time. This is an urgent issue which is going to hit residents and hit bus operators in weeks from now. So I know that officers do have restraints on their time, but this is an urgent matter which does need attention and may need this issue to be prioritised slightly more than has been the case up till now.
Yeah. As I said at this, your first question, I've already got officers on it in terms of this particular question around Wisbech, and we will look at any other factors and bring that back to you. I'm ready to move to a vote on these recommendations. I'm moving the recommendations from the Chair, and I would need a seconder. Councillor Nethsinger, thank you. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. Okay, that's a unanimous vote. Thank you. We're going to have got about another 20 minutes, so I'm going to move to item 4.2, which is the Fengate Access Strategy. Emma White, the Transport Programme Manager, will introduce the report remotely.
Afternoon, Mayor and members. The recommendations include the drawdown of $150,000 to complete the full business case stage of the project and note the need for a further reprofile exercise. In summary, the purpose of the Fengate Access Study is a package of schemes that will add capacity to the highway network, addressing existing problems of congestion and help to facilitate planned employment growth within Fengate. During the full business case and detailed design programme, additional highway design work is required. Peterborough City Council recognised this early on and were able to secure $175,000 of their own funding to support the project. However, an additional $150,000 is needed and is being requested from the CPCA. As the designs progressed and in light of the public consultation that was undertaken, there was a need to put in more non-motorised user infrastructure and additional pedestrian improvements, as well as the complexity of several of the schemes has increased due to a range of factors, including stat searches and surveys, developer engagement and changes, increased input into environmental works, and an archaeological watching brief due to the proximity of the flag fen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm told there was a good debate on this item at the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting. I would have been there, but was unfortunately unable to think. But the recommendation was endorsed unanimously, and hopefully the board members, representatives on the committee have reported that back to you. We are now being asked to ratify that decision, so I would encourage a focus on exceptional points only. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Smith.
Thank you Thank you very much. Members of the board will have received an email from the Peterborough Cycle Forum this week, copy to all of us, about this item and the Peterborough University item. So as the lead member for the environment, I feel it's my responsibility to make sure that their concerns and, in fact, their amendments are discussed by the board. So I think the points they make are very valid, and I would therefore like to add into the recommendations an item C, which will say the business case to include a study which prioritises, clearly models and explains how schemes in Fengate will ensure the 15% reduction in motor vehicles miles commitment by 2030, to ensure that it is achieved by... Sorry, let me just read that again. The business case to include a study which prioritises, clearly models and explains how schemes in Fengate will ensure the 15% reduction in motor vehicle miles commitment by 2030 that it is achieved in Peterborough, and the business case to include a study which prioritises walking and cycling, not motor vehicles, as per the user hierarchy outlined in the Combined Authorities 2017 LTP, and clearly sets out how an LTN 1/20 network in Fengate with links to the city centre can be achieved. I'm going to give you a piece of paper.
Please, yes, there's quite a lot there, isn't there?
Could I... just as a before we, is anybody willing to second that? They don't need to understand we'll go through it. Yeah. I might once we've gone through this, I might ask you a question about these sorts of. I kind of am trying to understand these sorts of studies. Would they be normally included? But if we are going to then include them, will that have an effect on costings or? We need to find them. Sorry, I'll come to them. Monitoring officer.
Thank you. Sorry.
So I'm just going to get the monitoring officer. Is there any problem with the wording, or?
Sorry, it's just quite long, so I haven't seen this before now, so I just want to check it. I need to check that it's admissible before, and then seek to try and explain it to the committee. I might need to type it out and email it to members, actually.
Yep, sorry, point of order, yeah, fine.
I have to say, I think it's deeply unhelpful for a complicated amendment such as this to be brought forward with no notice to any of us. It makes it extremely difficult for us to consider it, especially when part of it appears to be virtually a wrecking amendment to the actual proposal itself. If you look at the first item, I think that's potentially a wrecking amendment to the whole proposal. But I haven't actually been able to see it, so I'm only going based on what I heard.
Can we delay this one and come back to it later?
My point of order, Chairman, is would it make sense for you to break for lunch now, so that we can allow the necessary typing to take place and distribution of the information, and gives us an opportunity to consider that before we continue our debate?
There are times, Councillor Bowden, it surprises me you seem to read my mind. So I would like, as a point of order, taking that, is it a proposal that we can take a break?
Yeah. My apologies for the late notice. So my apologies for that.
Okay, well, apologies accepted, but it's tabled now. If we can type it up and take a break and use this opportunity to then circulate it, allow people to consider it. Is that okay?
So just on the point of order, it's open to you, Chair, to adjourn the meeting for a lunch break, and in the meantime I can start typing this up for circulation.
I'm going to email the original email to you.
All right, well, the more information the better, but as I'm told that we were meant to take a break at 1 o'clock. Yeah, we can bring it forward, so yes, we're going to take a break now, and that in tradition we'll come back to this after lunch.
How long? Half an hour?
Half an hour or
20 minutes.
Half an hour? 20 minutes? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It's back here by 1:05. Austin.
To officers, I'd be pleased hear from them about the implications of it before.
Yeah, well, I'll try and the similar question will go to Emma, and if she can help us with that as well. And, yeah.
An outside body is putting recommendations to payment before us that hasn't been discussed by my office team about the implications of those changes, which is wholly inappropriate.
We'll obviously debate the amendment and we'll deal with that then, Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay, we're going to take a break. And we had Councillor Bridget Smith has put forward an amendment I asked, which has now been shared by email. I'm assuming you've now all read it, or I don't need to read that out. But is there a seconder? Okay, fine. So to help try and get this sorted out, because I appreciate this is a point of discussion, but I think it would be helpful if I bring in now Roland Potter, who I asked to provide some overview of how he would see this an amendment and how he would advise myself as the Mayor in terms of how to proceed. Roland, could you come forward?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. I recognise the questions that were put forward to by Peterborough Cycle Forum, unfortunately not within the current criteria of timing, and I recognise that Councillor Bridget Smith has then subsequently raised those points and requested this amendment. My recommendation would to yourself and the board would be that a recommendation on a single project is not necessarily the way I would expect it to go in terms of governance. The points raised, though, are important. My response to the points raised, in particular the 15% reduction point, is that the commitment to 15% reduction in vehicle movements is a region-wide commitment and will be balanced across the region, and so it is not specific to single areas. The combined authority will be coordinating with all constituent parts of the region to enable that balance through integrated transport solutions to include walking, cycling and passenger transport as viable, affordable, reliable connectivity options for the current car user. On the LTN 120 point, the combined authority supports the need for LTN 120 compliance and the guidance within, and this to be in all of its funded projects, but through its governance procedures, engaging with the delivery partners to ensure that the LTN 120 guidance is considered and implemented appropriately in the final delivery of projects. That's a statement similar to that I've made at this board and other committees previously, and I am conscious and aware that Peterborough City Council and officers are aware of LTN 120 and the design agents are aware of LTN 120 and will be considering it appropriately within these projects and others. So I would recommend that that's a generic across our projects, not specific to individual projects. Happy to take questions.
Okay, I'm going to move to Councillor Fitzgerald, who's indicated he wants to speak on the amendment.
I just think the amendment is unnecessary. Look, let me be perfectly clear that Peterborough City Council is committed to active travel, both in cycling and walking, and we're developing a lot of schemes and plans, and everything that we do is embedded in all our schemes, as just been indicated. You know, LTM 120 is indeed guidance. It's appropriate in some circumstances. You can do more or do more or less on certain schemes, but I was going to comment in general terms. It's positive news, this scheme, for the growth of walking and cycling, and subject to board approval. It is actually, you know, a great thing to be doing in that area, which is a highly industrial area. It has a lot of incoming traffic. The local walking and cycling schemes will be greatly improved, and that's come from feedback already from the public that have been listened to, and the team, the City Council, will be looking to implement. So it's at the heart of everything we do. Sometimes you can't satisfy everybody, and I couldn't say or agree to these proposals on the basis that they've not been through normal governance, which has just been pointed out. And to add these into something, they'd have to go back to the team that put it together. But I'm trying to give you some confidence that all those things are already built into our thinking, and as has just been pointed out, that's the combined authorities thinking as well across the piece, not just about a particular scheme. So it's already there. I don't need other people to point it out to me.
Okay. Did you want to speak, Councillor Bowden? I thought you'd indicated you were interested.
No,
okay, fine.
Not
Sorry.
moment. Thank you, Matt.
Look, I think to save kind of obviously it's an important point. Sorry, do you want to come in, Councillor Smith? I'll finish up.
So I would. Thank you very much indeed. So, if this board is funding schemes, and this board is ambitious on sustainable travel, and particularly ambitious regarding buses and cycleways, and driving modal shift, if it transpires that projects that we are funding, for whatever reasons, actually fail to meet our own ambitions as a board, as a body, what do we do? What do we do then? If let's say, for argument's sake, we've given £5 million to Scheme A, and Scheme A has said, yes, we're going to be doing all this stuff, we're going to be meeting all these targets, we're going to be reducing car use by 50%, and then at the end of the day says, actually, we can't do it, and actually is going to fall short of the mark by a significant amount. What comeback do we then have? Because, we have a responsibility to make sure that our money is delivering the outcomes that we talk about, that we want. So that's why I think this body decided to write, because they were concerned, and I don't want to talk specifically about anyone, I'm talking generically here. I think they were concerned that our ambitions weren't actually going to be translated in their entirety and in their full ambition into projects. So, we need to be mindful that, once projects are delivered, if they are failing to deliver what we've said we want them to deliver, that, this is just justifiable. So, we can't just hand over money and just let people get on with it. So I have spoken to this group. I did ring them after receiving this letter, and I have encouraged them to come and attend one of the meetings, either in person or remotely, and actually make their points directly to the board. And I hope they will do that. But so that was my reason for doing it. So I don't want to cast aspersions on officers of any one council or so on, but I just think that we have a responsibility to be holding bodies that we are financing, be they partner councils or be they other bodies, to be delivering on our high ambitions.
Look, I'll make this a bit easier. I can absolutely understand, and I read the email, and it pricked a sense of obvious concern, and I absolutely agree with you, Councillor Smith, about if we are going to be handing over money to whichever constituent members, that we have an ambition through the Combined Authorities Board in regard to 15% reduction, likewise about LTN 120 networks. But this doesn't feel quite right in terms of the process of governance. And for my mind, although I think it's been important to discuss it and draw attention to it, and also I recognise any group should be there, feel that they can challenge the combined authority or constituent board members. But having heard the discussion so far, I have to say I'm not going to be supporting this amendment as it stands. So I will. We can talk about it a little bit further, but it will fall.
Mayor, can I just add, by the way, the very point we started on, and to remind members, of course, that this has gone through scrutiny of the Combined Authority through the board, the Transport Committee, of which would have had due and full regard to the Combined Authority's commitment to active travel and the policies relevant to decisions made. Now, if there were concerns, and I note it was unanimously agreed at the previous committee, and I've already given an assurance on behalf of Peterborough City Council that we have full regard to the implementation of the transport policies and the active travel work that is going on. But I would also say, again, remind people that it is not always possible in any particular scheme to deliver on every aspect, particularly the reduction in miles, when we're talking about the majority of the traffic coming to that area is an external traffic, it's not internal, and there is no way of reaching that part of the city other than by road. But the the local traffic, and I've already said, I'll repeat it, that it is actually for extra walking and cycling that has been put into that particular scheme. This is officers, not me saying this, and that's come from feedback from the public. But again, as the officer team here has said, we shouldn't think of this as one particular scheme, because it's horses for courses. But I come back and I agree, as I already started off, this has not gone through the proper scrutiny process to reach this stage, and to start adding in conditions is wholly inappropriate.
Councillor Herbert, you haven't spoken, so yes.
Just briefly, I mean, it's a difficult one, and I think the problem is that if you just take what is the traditional road engineer approach to these projects, they throw out the active travel first. And I'm just, so if I look at page 257 and the pedestrian and cycling improvements that have been mentioned, and they are in many of these, I've seen lots of these reports before, but what tends to happen is value engineering near the end kicks out some of the permeability, and we do. And I my council, and I haven't always done the best with planning applications and all sorts, but we regularly kick out by omission or just not being vigilant some of those opportunities. So I think it's worth having the discussion, Councillor Fitzgerald. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to hope that the commitment is there and the eyesight is there, particularly from your officer team, to take Councillor Smith's point and the cycling forum's point, because it does happen. And if we do just walk around our cities, we really learn how badly they're designed, and it's. We do have to do far better in the future. Sorry, that was more homily than effective.
Yeah, it's also the next slide. Okay, go through the chair. Lucy, did you want to add anything? I have made sort of opportunity to speak now.
So I think this is the start of a project, and I'm wondering whether one way forward might be for us to request that and make it clear that the board is very specifically interested in the walking and cycling enhancements that need to happen as part of this project. And whether one way forward might be for you, rather than us put this amendment forward or these alternative recommendations, for you to make a commitment as a mayor to bring back some more detail on this project, on the active travel elements of it, which Councillor Fitzgerald has said that he would be committed to. So if we could have really clear indications from you and from Councillor Fitzgerald on the on a massive focus on those elements, because I think that the worry is that with a lot of these projects, the increase in road capacity is very clear, and the active travel elements seem to be always coming kind of secondary. So I think that the thing that we really need to see is absolute assurance that those are not being devalued, and if you can bring those back, maybe, I mean, at whatever point is appropriate, that would be very helpful.
Councillor Fitzgerald's already making that indication. I'm making that indication, you know, as is the mayor for the combined authority, and I can see up on the screen there, Roland, as the head of transport, is nodding and sort of an agreement. So that is a given. Sorry.
I'll just say for the benefit, Councillor Netzinger, this is about funding a business case for it. That will be articulated in that business case as part of our commitment, which I've already stated publicly along with the mayor. But we have to be realistic about what is affordable and what is practical. And our team in the council will do all they can, and I've already got notes that I had already, even before this came up, to say that this is already a main consideration, particularly on the scheme and the scheme after, and everything that we're doing taking forwards. I have to say also that some people, members of the Cycling Forum, may not agree with the council's policy, as is their right, but they must go through the proper process, so inputs into these reports and indeed the decisions of the council as they're taken forward.
Okay. I think from due process, as we've now discussed... Oh, sorry, Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, you weren't looking over on this side for quite a while, but I'm glad you saw me in the end. Councillor Smith is absolutely right in what she said on the principles this combined authority set in its policy and its decision-making, and then how we translate those into particular schemes. However, where I disagree with her, or with the principle of this, is, as I've previously warned, I think at times this board is being too prescriptive in some of those policies and those decisions that it is making. And without being facetious, I would remind the Deputy Mayor he should have no fear of C, the suggested C, because he voted for it. He voted for that commitment. And so I think Councillor Smith is absolutely right to highlight the impact of the decisions that are being made by this board. We cannot sit here one month and agree policies and the next month decide they're not relevant to particular schemes we're looking at. That's my view. That's what I think the board is doing. I think we've been too prescriptive on some of this stuff, as I've said in the past, because there are going to be schemes that will not tick every single box. And that's why I think we're trying to set up too many measures around some of these things. Let's be honest, sometimes we just need to build a road. Now that's going to be very unpopular with some sections of the community, but sometimes we just need to get on and do certain things that are not going to meet all the different requirements. I've listened to the debate, particularly what Mr. Potter said, and I think I'm minded to understand we possibly don't need these amendments as they've been tabled. But I thank Councillor Smith for putting them, because it's been a point very well made and it's raised the debate.
Okay, I'm actually going to move to the vote now, Councillor Smith, because we haven't got time.
I am prepared to withdraw this, but I'd just like to explain why I will
fine. Well,
withdraw.
in that case,
okay?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, so thank you very much indeed, Councillor Fuller, and for a few nods around the place. So I accept what Mr. Potter has said about this, about the impracticality of these asks being project or site specific, that we've got to be thinking on a wider geography. But I will take reassurance from your response, Mayor, to Councillor Netzinger's suggestion that actually we bring back some evidence to this board to show that we are factoring that in, and we've. We heard that sometimes you have to weigh up affordable against practical. When we're talking about climate change, as I've said many times before, we're kind of past the point of having any choice. And somehow we've got to make the affordable and the practical fit in with the delivering on reduction of carbon emissions, but also getting people active and involved in sustainable travel for their health and well-being as well. So Councillor Herbert's points, I think, were the most pertinent points I've heard. And that was, saying that too often we value engineer out this stuff, and we prioritise the car stuff, we prioritise the car parts, we prioritise the road space, and it's the cycling and the walking that gets sacrificed. So, what I'm appealing for is a change. So if something's got to be value engineered out, let's, for goodness sake, start value engineering out the space for cars and make sure that, we are far more committed to the sustainable transport, which will keep us all happier and healthier and alive for longer. So I'm prepared to withdraw this. I was going to submit the same amendment on Fengate, but we'll just have exactly the same argument again. But I would like to, so I won't do that, but I would like to see something coming back to this board sooner rather than later that, picks up on this and actually shows how we as a board can, hold these schemes to account, to really deliver and really be ambitious, and not to fall foul of the value engineering out the stuff that most of our residents want.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I will take the amendment as withdrawn. So, and I think we've probably had enough kind of gone over all the discussion. I don't think anybody else wants to add any more. So we can move to the vote as it's now stand, if this is right, Monitoring Officer, on what is recommendations A and B. Is that correct? To be approved, recommendation A requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of the members appointed by the constituent councils present and voting, to include Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council members. The monitoring officer will now confirm the outcome of the vote. Please raise your hands in favour. Oh, sorry, seconder. Seconder. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Well,
I'm assuming.
I don't mind, but I don't want to be accused because it's one of our. I'm happy to second it.
Oh, well, we'll take.
I'm confident in the team's.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald is the seconder, so we can move to the vote. Please raise your hands if you're in favour. Unanimous. Okay, thank you. So we'll now move to 4.3, the Fengate Phase 2 University of Peterborough Access. And this is where Anna, I'm assuming as Transport Programme Manager, will introduce that report. Anna, could I make it very short? Is there anything, we've obviously got these reports for some time, is there anything that you particularly want to add? Otherwise, we can just move straight on to it.
No, all I was going to do was provide an overview of the paper, but if everybody is content that they're happy with the paper, I'm happy to move on.
Check in the room. Anna, this is going to be easier for you, hopefully. Nobody is asking for further clarification. Can we now move on to a discussion for these proposals? They, again, were supported unanimously by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. And so do we have any questions or comments on the report? Oh, right, okay.
Again, not wishing to labour a point, but it's unfortunate when the people writing in about this use language that shows a complete lack of understanding of LTN 120 policy. These are professional paid officers, just like they are in the combined authority, that understand the policies, but others may not necessarily agree with their interpretation, particularly when it's termed as guidance. Again, so I'm going to reiterate my commitment and that of the local authority to active travel. But again, with my sensible head on, I have to do what I can afford, what is practical, and each site will be different and each scheme will be different. But overall, and I don't mind bringing back, particularly on the previous item and on this item, specific instances so that Bridget and others can be satisfied we're doing what we can, and if we can't do, there's a rationale for why it can't be done. But it won't be my view politically, it will be the view of the professional highways team and transport team that we employ and that are also working with the CPCA officers. So everybody should have a good understanding of why certain things can or cannot be included, but we'd all like to do the very most that we can. So that's all I want to say, Mayor, and I think it's great for the city. It's supporting our growth and ambition to attract businesses and to see not only Peterborough but the rest of the county grow as well. Thank you very much. I'll be supporting it.
Does anybody else want to make any comments? Oh, Councillor Singer.
So I do understand that this has been through quite a lengthy process, and I'm not going to object to it at this point because I think that would be very unhelpful. But I am quite worried about the number of plans that are coming forward in Peterborough for bringing more traffic into the centre and for increasing the capacity of traffic in the centre, because we do know that the more roads you build, the more cars you end up on them. And this is a proposal for dualling a road in the centre of Peterborough, and I just wonder whether in the long term these are the right plans for the city. Now, it's not my patch, and I'm not and I'm not going to start kind of preaching about what's going on in other people's cities, but I just have concerns about the direction of travel for some of these programmes, and I think we need, as a board, to be looking at them against all of our policies with some care.
Come back on that, yeah.
My understanding is, so let's be perfectly clear, cars aren't going away, okay? And as we move to different forms of transport, whether it's active travel or anything else, or electric vehicles, which still have some pollution issues to go with them. But what I understand is this, and so, for example, another scheme on one of the parkways, junction widening, is to stop or stem pollution in order to move traffic through quicker. That's the professional view of officers. I can shake my head and you can, but that's what the officer team tell me. So on the parkway, on junction 3 I think it is, and indeed this scheme off the parkway, which is a very small congested road as it is now, that builds up traffic polluting the atmosphere for longer and further. That's the professional view of officers that I'm being told. It's to ease congestion, aid traffic flow. Inevitably, if we take your other part, the question about more cars or vehicles, well, again, as we move through different technologies, I need employment in Peterborough. I need growth. I need, more opportunities for people to get a better job and earn more money and have a better education. And I won't stifle growth on the basis of that kind of thinking. I do agree entirely that we need to move to more sustainable transport. You've heard me say about buses, and I want more buses and I want electrification of public transport. But in the meantime, I can't wait or stop the growth on the basis of waiting for those to come forward. So I've explained the rationale for why the junction improvements are needed, and my officers tell me it is to decrease pollution particularly, and keep traffic moving so that it doesn't pollute as much. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. I'm keen to move to a vote, to be honest. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. So, recommendations A and C require a simple majority in favour. Can I take that as approved unanimously, or does any member want to hold a vote? Okay, so A and C are going to go through unanimously. Because recommendation C requires a vote in favour at least 2/3 of all members appointed by the constituent councils present and voting, to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council. We'll have to go for a vote on this one. The monitoring officer will confirm the outcome. Votes in favour. Lucy, are you staying down? Okay, fine. So, okay. Confirm the outcome.
Unanimous on B. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So B.
You said C, but I think,
my apologies.
Everybody understood you to
Just to clarify, that was a recommendation on B. So it's, again, cleared unanimously. That means we can now move on to item 4.4, St Ives. And it's the St Ives and A141 Strategic Outline Business Case, and this report will be introduced by Emma White, Transport Programme Manager.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Recommendations include taking note of the A141 and St Ives study in progress and the recommended approval of the development of the next stage for outline business case, as well as the approval of the programme and costing up of the local improvement schemes for St Ives. St Ives public and stakeholder engagement was undertaken between the 14th of June and the 5th of July in 2021. A summary of the results showed approximately half of the respondents were residents of the area, and the majority made trips within the local area by car or van. The most common issues that respondents were most concerned about were congestion, heavy traffic and road safety. Most respondents strongly agreed with the need to reduce road traffic, as well as the need to improve the ease of bus and coach use. When asked about proposed options overall, respondents most favoured a bypass option with other sustainable active travel options, as well as local junction improvement packages. It was at this point in the study that the A141 and St Ives projects were aligned and brought together. 3 packages were taken forward for the strategic outline business case. It should be noted that all packages have local public transport, active travel, junction and signal improvements. Package A was a bypass from Huntingdon to St Ives with no interconnecting junctions. Package B was a bypass from Huntingdon to St Ives with junctions. And Package C was just a bypass Huntingdon. The strategic outline business case showed that overall Package A and B both performed strongly against the objectives. Package A offered a benefit cost ratio of 1.78, which is median value for money. Package A yields a benefit cost ratio of 134, which falls into the lower value for money. Package C does offer some improvements in the area, but to a much lesser extent. The overall conclusions of the business case show that there is a case to progress the project to outline business case. Further investigation into option A, B, or a combination of these might yield the best outcome, or even a further alternative, as well as other sustainable options that could complement the scheme. The next step of the study includes collaboration with Cambridgeshire County Council to start the development of the proposal programme and costs for the next stage of the project for outline business case and preliminary design. The St Ives local improvements include delivery of the St Ives package of highway improvements identified in the A141 and St Ives Transport Study Option Appraisal Report dated back in 2020. To progress the project onto the next stage, collaboration with Cambridgeshire County Council is necessary. An appraisal to cost and programme will be developed to bring forward to committee and board to draw down the funds and commence the schemes as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. So again, these proposals were recommended unanimously by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Are there any questions, or can we move to the vote? Yeah, Councillor Fuller.
It's not a question, Mayor.
No, let's debate then, if you know.
Before we move to the vote, if you don't mind. Of course, I welcome this. It's really just to reiterate the comments made by my deputy on the Transport Committee, who raised concerns, I think, that have also been raised with you separately in writing by him, about the 18 to 24-month timetable for reaching the outline business case. I think you're certainly aware, Meg, you've had similar conversations with the developers as I have, and for the benefit of other members here, and I'll try and keep these comments brief because I know we're pushed for time, but there's quite a lot riding on the A141 alignment, and we've got Urban and Civic who are waiting effectively, and other developers who are waiting to put in planning applications because they're really waiting to see where this A141 might go. And we're dependent, don't forget, it's actually on their land. And I think the risk of telling them it's going to be at least another 2 years before we even reach outline business case stage is they're just going to push ahead and put applications in, and then our options will be very limited on how we deliver that A141 if they've then developed houses over the site that actually would have been better placed to have taken the new road. So I would just stress, please, urge you, Mayor and officers, to do everything you possibly can to do this quicker than 18 to 24 months. We've already had another 9-month delay on this that's inexplicable. Nobody really understands why very little has happened for the last 9 months, but there we are. The second point around the St Ives work, this is something members will recall me asking about at public board. Only to be told that there was nothing to do almost with a combined authority. I even had an officer email me to tell me, we don't know what you're talking about, more or less. This is not the combined authority's work. I was starting to wonder if I was going mad. I've subsequently had confirmation it is the combined authority's work. This is something else I've been asking you about, Mayor, since your election 9 months ago. So I'm pleased we've now got it confirmed in a report that something's happening, but I'm very concerned there's no timetable to that. It just says we're going to talk to the County Council, we're going to work up some costings, we're going to work up a timeline. You know, residents are asking about this, developers are asking about this type of thing. There's a lot of pressure locally because this just seems to be going on and on and on and on. So I appreciate we are where we are, to use that awful phrase, but I would really like some firm timescales on this, please.
We'll certainly work with all the officers to try and get a clearer picture as soon as possible, and in regard to the letter sent, we'll provide a proper response in time, and that will be done quickly rather than later. Okay. Is there any other point to come? Yes, Councillor Nasinger.
Sorry. Just to say that I absolutely support what Councillor Fuller's just said, and I think that the key developments around there, it is really important to get the transport connectivity right in that area. So I support taking this forward. I want us to take it forward, bearing in mind the conversation we've just had. That's all.
And again, reassurance on that point is given. I'd like to move to a vote, and I'm moving the recommendations from the Chair, seconder from Councillor Fuller. Again, because it's a transport matter, we have to approve these recommendations require a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members appointed by the constituent councils present and voting, and it has to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council. Can we take the recommendations as approved unanimously? And we're going for a vote. So votes in favour. Councillor Bowden. Yeah, yes, that's unanimous. Okay, Monitor Officer. Okay, we can now move on to 4.5, which is the last of the recommendations for the Transport and Infrastructure Committee and relates to the A10 outline business case. I should say. Thank you, Emma, by the way, and welcome back, Roland, as the Head of Transport, who joined us to introduce the report for 4.5.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. I shall be brief as this has gone through committee and you've all obviously read it. A10 outline business case. This paper is really to follow on and support the Cambridgeshire County Council Highways and Infrastructure Committee paper, which talks about engagement between the combined authority and Cambridgeshire County Council to move forwards the scoping of the outline business case and to take it forwards then into a procurement. So the recommendations are: note the outputs of the Cambridgeshire County Council Highways and Infrastructure Committee paper, which are an appendix. B, delegate authority to the Head of Transport in consultation with the Monitoring Officer and Chief Finance Officer to develop the scope for the delivery of the outline business case. That will be with Cambridgeshire County Council officers as well. C, approve the release of £2 million funding from the Department of Transport to be spent in 2022-23 for the delivery of the outline business case, and agree reprofiling the remaining 2021-22 budget into 22-23. D, subject to an extension to the existing DFT grant being agreed, delegate authority to the Head of Transport in consultation with the Monitoring Officer and Chief Finance Officer to issue a capital grant funding agreement for the delivery of the outline business case by Cambridgeshire County Council. And I'll commend the report for questions.
Thank you, Roland. Again, unanimously recommended by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Are there questions? And yes, Councillor Schumann from East Cams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm mindful that I'm here in replacement for the incredibly diligent and hard-working Councillor Bailey, who is always consistent and persistent in her requests. And that will come as no surprise to you, Mayor, that I would like to ask you a direct question relating to this paper and leading on from the comments that we've had on the previous items, and that is firstly whether you, Mayor, are happy to continue to support a business case which would provide a off-road cycle solution along the A10 to encourage sustainable transport as part of the upgrade, and also just to confirm your position, Mayor, in your absolute commitment to the dualling of the A10 as part of the business case proposals as they're drawn up. Thank you.
Well, in regard to the first point, in the A10, obviously that goes to sort of an active travel, and it certainly is very much in keeping with the kind of direction of travel that we've always, and I've always said, I'd like to see segregated cycleways. Obviously that depends on funds that are available, but it would be something I would like to see. In regard to A10 dualling, again, I know this has been openly discussed, and I have always said that although I can see some benefits in A10 dualling, if we have a limited amount of expenditure, for me, what will always be the priority is to ensure that we have safety along the A10 in terms of not just for car drivers but cyclists, but also around all the junctions. It really just depends how much money comes into the pot. I haven't really got much more to add on that at the moment.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just come back to a subsequent comment on that. Just again, leading on from Councillor Fitzgerald's earlier comments around the importance of transport and sustainable transport and environment. We know that one of the biggest challenges with the A10 is not only the junctions, but also the stopped and stationary traffic that is stop-start throughout the A10. Anyone that travels along it knows just how bad it gets, particularly during rush hour. And so your commitment to the dualling, particularly, would hopefully also be in line with your commitments to the environment. So I appreciate that we haven't got infinite amounts of money, and wouldn't that be nice? But actually your comments and words are equally as powerful. And so even if you are unable to finance it, a commitment to it is incredibly important and sends a clear message.
Again, I'll maybe repeat it as I wouldn't necessarily, as not necessarily an expert in this area, saying that A10 dualling is the best environmental option. So I would go back to the experts to work out from the point of view of our positioning which is the best way to proceed. It would seem that we both want the same sort of things, but my priority will always be the environment on that action. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Well, I think, Mr. Mayor, then, I completely understand the concerns being expressed, and I think there's been a long-running issue which there's been a previous commitment to do. So perhaps the combined authority could commission a report as to the benefits of dualling the A10, and seek external advice on it if we can't have the capacity within the team. Because I know what I think Councillor Schumann is looking for is a commitment from somebody which probably goes back to a previous commitment. Because has the circumstances changed from that previous commitment? Because I wasn't here, so I don't know. I just liked an update on what was previously expressed as a priority within the combined authority. And is that still a priority, or what is the reason for not being a priority? I think that's reasonable, probably.
Point of information?
Yeah, no, Councillor Smith, come in.
Thank you. So there was a report ages ago now on the various options for the A10, which also involved quite a lot of public consultation as well. And as I remember, there was 5 different options. I don't think the public came down heavily in favour of any one, but these were scored for, you know, environmental impact and so on. So that's still a current report that will be somewhere gathering dust, but was a very, very good piece of work. And I think that was the justification for going for the grant from DFT, for DFT to conduct the business case. Yeah, Roland will remember it.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd maybe need to remind myself of that report to give a more fulsome answer. But Councillor Roland, did you want to come in? Were you indicating?
Yes. Happy to come in and just refresh the board. Councillor Smith is absolutely right. The strategic outline business case that was undertaken by the combined authority that joined these junctions and dualling former studies together is the document that is referenced, and it is the document that then sought the funding from the Major Roads Network Fund. It is the basis of the format of the outline business case going forwards. Now, obviously, we are in a slightly different world in terms of policy and guidance and climate change commitments, etc., than we were at the time of the SABC, and some of that will have to be reflected in the outline business case in terms of what options are appropriate against those challenges and what options are appropriate in terms of feasibility, affordability and deliverability in the current financial climate. In terms of the document that Councillor Fitzgerald referenced, that is very much the outline business case, Councillor Fitzgerald. This will formulate whether the capacity challenge exists that requires a dualling or not, and then decisions will be made within the analysis and recommendations and resolutions brought back to this board for discussion. And we'll be engaging with Councillor Nessinger's officers. We already engaged with Councillor Nessinger's officers in relation to how we proceed in terms of scope for a technical consultant to come on board to do that analysis for us.
Thank you, Roland.
Point of clarification, and thank you, Roland. Sorry if I may, because I wasn't party to that document. Was there a clear recommendation previously in that outline business case, and is that recommendation still valid, albeit it might need a refresh as perhaps some time has gone by and other considerations need to be taken into account? But if fundamentally circumstances haven't changed, I'll reiterate, the road is there, it's not going away. What was the recommendation, if there was one before, and why is it not still relevant?
Well, the recommendation was not a single route. The recommendation was that there were a number of options and they were consulted upon, but those options to be taken forward for further technical analysis and further consultation. So those will be the basis of the scope discussions with the Cambridgeshire County Council officers in terms of the nature of the scope we provide to the technical supplier to take forwards. I would suggest that post-pandemic or at the tail end of the pandemic, hopefully, optimistically looking at it, we will have some data that's pre-pandemic, through pandemic and now that can be analysed and assessments be made. To be clear, there are significant challenges on the A10, but they are not all necessarily volume of traffic. They are potentially volume of traffic mixed with slow-moving traffic, and during seasons that has particularly different challenges, not just at the peak times. So there may be other solutions, and we need to look innovatively at how we can potentially provide agricultural routes, offline, maybe. Let's look at all the options available, but I'm not going to go into the detail of the scope here. Let's see what we can do, and we'll bring back to the board as quickly as we can.
Did you want to... Thank you, Roland. Councillor Singer, did you want to come in?
I'll be extremely brief, Mayor.
Please.
I just wanted to say how much I welcome the commitment from Josh and from yourself on the offline cycle route, which I think is a really key part of what we're discussing. The other issues I will leave to see what the outline business case comes forward with. Thank you.
Indeed. I can see no other arms in the air to talk, so as I say, these proposals were recommended unanimously by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, and now I'm assuming we can move to the vote, and I'm moving the recommendations from the Chair. I'll need a seconder. Councillor Schumann. Right. Recommendation A is for noting only, so no vote is needed. Recommendations B and D require a simple majority of those present and voting. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. Okay, again, that's unanimous. And recommendation C requires a vote by at least 2/3 of all members, and they have to include the members of the Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council. So for C, votes in favour, please raise your hands. And again, unanimous. Are we okay with that? And that's confirmed. So we move on from transport at last. And now, thank you, Roland, and all the team. Please pass on my regards for all those reports. I'm sorry to take up so much of it, but
thank you.
Thank you. Part 5, Skills Committee recommendations to the Combined Authority Board. Yeah, I will do. Sorry. So I'm going to be asking, this is item 5.1, is the University of Peterborough Phase 3 business case. Mahmood Farouji is the Senior Responsible Officer for Higher Education and Programme Director for the new ARU Peterborough development and is attending remotely and will introduce this report. But Mahmood, we have all had this report and had a lot to read. Is there any specific things that you want to add that you feel? Otherwise, I want to kind of opening up, maybe asking Councillor Nessinger, as they were endorsed unanimously, the Skills Committee, to add anything before we then go on to a discussion. Are you want to add anything, Mahmood, in terms of the report? At the moment, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Mayor, my apologies. Thank you, Mayor. Nothing specific. I was just going to give an outline of the request, but if the members are content, we can go straight to clarification.
I'm getting nods for clarification, so I'll go to Councillor Singer. Do you want to say anything? In terms of...
In the interests of brevity, I'm happy to assume that everybody's read the papers and that we're all supportive, but if anybody has any questions, I'm also happy to answer them.
Okay, well, I'm going to open to debate. Does anybody want to... Yeah, thank you. We've got Austin Adams, Mike, so hang around, Mahmood. Thank you. Austin.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not a question, but just to share with the board for comfort that this was also, whilst it's presented by the Skills Committee, it was also reviewed by the Business Board, including the recommendations with regard to the change in the shareholding, and it was supported unanimously with a note to endorse the recommendation.
Good news. Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to move this from the chair. No, I'm going to let you do that. You're proposing, Councillor Singer, so you need a seconder for the recommendations. I'm going to go for Austin Adams as the seconder. Can we take a vote, as then please raising hands? Oh, sorry, I can't tell you what to vote, but those in favour. Right, that's voted unanimously by majority. That was quick. I'm sorry to have kept you running, but that's... thank you, Mahmood.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so item 5.2 is the Health and Care Sector Work Academy. Now can I ask Fliss Miller, the Senior Responsible Officer for Workforce Skills, to briefly introduce the report. But again, Fliss, just to say, in the interest of brevity, we've kind of assumed we've read the report. Is there anything you want to encapsulate in a two-line headline?
Just very quickly then, so the Health and Care Sector Work Academy has been granted an extension by DWP until March 2023. and this paper therefore seeks approval to reprofile the project spend in keeping with this extension.
That was 2 sentences, so very well done. Thank you very much, Fliss. Okay, again, I'm going to open this up. Is there anything that you want to add?
I don't need to add anything.
Okay, any other people? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bowden, do you want to come in there?
Thank you, if I may, Mayor. I'm not criticising the report at all, but there's one thing which wasn't within it, and I'd like to raise it, if only to make the point which I've made before and will make in future about similar things. We in Finland have a particular issue, and I believe it's replicated in other areas and in other contexts, about the access for minority, ethnic minority residents to be able to get access to schemes such as this. And sometimes it's not merely a matter of getting access, but the fact that they have hidden resource, hidden qualities to offer which aren't being exploited. I'll use the Finland example, which is the one I know, but I know similar things can be said in places such as Cambridge, but in a different context. Within Finland, we have a significant minority of people who originated from various parts of Eastern Europe, quite a number of different countries now, and many of those are individuals who they literally had to get up and go and come here. And many of them are actually employed in contexts which substantially fail to recognise the skills that they've currently got. And it's a wasted resource. And I'd really appreciate some thought being given as to how we could manage to utilise that wasted resource, especially, it has to be said, on the health and social care side, where we've got a traditional difficulty of hiring people in Finland. So there is a potential for a resource, there's a particular need in Finland, and I just wonder if some thought could be given about trying to match the two. Thank you.
Fliss, I know it's something that you are very passionate about. Do you want to kind of address that issue over just quickly?
Yeah, very quickly, with brevity. So as part of the refocusing of the Health and Care Sector Work Academy, we will be making sure that more partners are involved in delivery throughout the whole of the combined authority. So I hear your plea, and we will make sure that we endeavour to reach wider communities in the extension.
Okay. No other indications of wanting to make any comments, so we'll move to the vote. Councillor Singer, do you have a seconder? Lewis? Councillor Herbert is going to give us that then. Can we take, so this is the recommendation to obviously approve the new profile spend and note the performance of the Health and Care Sector Work Academy. Those in favour? Again, across the board, unanimous. Thank you. So, thank you, Fliss. Don't move though. Okay. So item 5.3 is the Employment and Skills Strategy Action Plan. Now, you remain with us to introduce the item. This is a slightly bigger thing. Is there anything you can give us, maybe on over 4 or 5 lines to summarise?
Okay. The strategy has been in development since April 2021 and has been developed through significant engagement with stakeholders, including an open call for evidence. As part of the engagement, we've also taken the final draft of the strategy, which was presented to all the chief executive officers and leaders of all the constituent local authorities, and the feedback from all parties has been very positive. Following on from this strategy, we will therefore be taking forward a much more detailed action plan and implementation plan, which will be taken forward in consultation with local officers from across the whole of the combined authority. I'm more than happy to take any questions or points of clarification from the strategy document itself.
Obviously, a huge piece of work, and I would really like to do it some more justice, but does anybody else want to kind of give praise? I think Councillor Bridget Smith, come in.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, so we're very supportive of the refreshed skills strategy. I'd just like to bring it to attention of board members that actually, the thing is, it's not the only game in town. So the economic development team at South Cambs is preparing a short operational sort of implementation plan, and what we as a district council can do to move the dial on as far as skills and employment and training is concerned. and I believe we're actively involved in the work of GrowthWorks and the GCP skills contract. So, we're doing stuff in partnership. We're really keen to do more in partnership, and we're very much focusing on better outreach into schools and into businesses. We do need to do a bit more digging into the data. We think we've got some complexities with people travelling out of the district for 16+ education and work-based training, and we're not sure that's adequately nuanced in the report, but I'm sure you'll pick that up. We think it possibly gives an impression of a bigger structural issue than there really is. But we welcome this, a lot of work on it, and it'd be great to start seeing the positive outcomes from it. Thank you.
Okay, Austin, do you want any comment? Austin, to come in.
Just a note of thanks, I think, Nick. This is one of the best pieces of work I've seen in all of my time in the combined authority, frankly. The strength and depth of the research, the logic that's been used, and the articulation of the sense of direction and what needs to get done is spot on. Good job.
Good feedback there, Fliss. I think all in nodding heads, so thank you and well done. Councillor Bowden, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure that this work, which I fully support, has been well researched. Nevertheless, there was one item within it which did puzzle me slightly, and I'd be grateful if I could be sent some numbers to be able to explain it. If I could have that base data, it would be really helpful. And it was the comments about population trends. And the comment that was made within the report was that there was population growth expected in the combined authority area by 2.6% by 2040. And maybe I've misunderstood it, but to have such a small amount of population growth over the course of the next 18 years it seemed counterintuitive to me. Now, I do appreciate that just because you've got more houses doesn't mean to say you've got a greater population, and I fully understand that we've had a long-term trend towards fewer people per house, and that trend is likely to continue. But even so, I found those numbers surprising. Now, they did say that Peterborough would rise by 11.7% and Fenland by 9.1%. To be honest, our figures have got Fenland rising by more than 9.1% just by 2027, let alone by 2040, in terms of electorate at least, rather than population, which I do appreciate is a different thing. But overall, all the other local authority areas are projected to have a fall in population by 2040. I'm not saying it's wrong, and I've got confidence that the research has been done. I'd just appreciate if I could be sent data to explain that, and I'd find that really interesting and helpful for the future.
Well, it's obviously in the report. It'll maybe obviously go back to the report writers, work out where they got those figures and cross-reference them. I mean, I think we all want a bit of a crystal ball as to know exactly about growth figures, but the more accurate they are, the better. So I'd welcome those as well. I will ask the report writers to come back with those details. Thank you. I think it's time to... I'm ready to move to a vote. Councillor Singer, we need a seconder. Austin Adams. Votes for the acceptance of the action plan. Those in favour? Unanimously accepted. Thank you. So this is the final report coming from the Skills Committee this month is item 5.4, the Growth Works Management Review for January 2022. Alan, I can see you there. Alan Downton is the Senior Responsible Officer for the Business Growth Service and Energy. He joins us to present the report. I'm also delighted to welcome Nigel Parkinson, the Chair of Growth Co, who is also joining us remotely. Alan.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members again. Nigel Parkinson sends his apologies. He couldn't be in attendance today, so apologies.
Okay, Alan. Just to say, like I have done with the previous speakers, we've obviously got the report in front of us. Can you just give us the baseline and we can sort of move along?
Yes, members. There are no recommendations. It's just to note the report. The report was the 31st of October. We've had the year-end report now to the end of December, and I can say that there's been an impressive performance, and we've done 17 of the 19 outcomes leading indicators, so very good based on the COVID. Nothing further to add at this point.
Okay, fine. Noted. Right. Okay. We've noted that. I'm getting the prompt. Thank you, Alan. And yeah, no vote required. We've noted that. And part 6, Housing and Communities Committee. Recommendations coming forward from the Housing Communities Committee. Noel Godfrey, the Programme Director for Connecting Cambridgeshire and Head of Digital Infrastructure at Cambridgeshire County Council, has been working alongside Paul Rains and his team on the digital connectivity business case and joins us remotely to introduce the report. But again, if you're there, Noel, can we keep it to a bottom baseline? If there's anything you want to particularly add, or do it in 2 sentences.
Yes, good afternoon. I don't have anything particular to add, given you're very short in time, but I'm very happy to answer any questions or provide any clarifications.
Well, I know you've been waiting around for a while. Sorry, do you want to come in? Councillor Herbert might have a question.
Just briefly, yeah, I just regard the team, Noel's team, and also when I want to be complimentary, and I can be to the County Council under previous administrations, what's been invested is way well worth building on. So yeah, it really is important. I mean, we still have a mess of connectivity. Every place has different connections. We've got 5G coming down the road. We've just got a whole range of issues, which we're saddled with largely because it's not led well nationally, and it hasn't been for 25 years. So this is a really important piece of investment by the Combined Authority, in partnership with the continuing leadership of the County Council and Peterborough.
A perfect example of cooperative working and a sense of purpose, maybe. Okay, does anybody else want to make any comments or? No? So, we're going to move to the vote. I'm going to second this as the proposer. Councillor Herbert, you need a seconder. Is it okay? Councillor Fitzgerald. So, moving on to the vote. Those in favour? Again, sort of unanimous. Thank you again for allowing us. Sorry, Noel, that was really good. Great report. Thank you for your time. So, part 7. Oh, sorry, have I jumped? Strategic funding management. Sorry, I've jumped. I've got. Is it part 7? Okay, my fuzzy. Yeah. Part 7 of the agenda contains recommendations which have been made to the Combined Authority by the Business Board. Remind members that when the Combined Authority Board takes decision as an accountable body for the Business Board, it is committed to acting in line with our assurance framework in the interest of Cambridge and Peterborough area as a whole, and taking decisions based on the recommendations of the Business Board. Item 7.1 is the Strategic Funding Management Review for January 2022. Steve Clark, Senior Responsible Officer for the Local Growth Fund and Market Insight and Evaluation, joins us remotely to introduce that report. Are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and board members. In the interest of time, I won't, as others have not done, I won't dive directly into deep detail. I'll assume that you members have read the Business Board report, which is linked to the cover report that you've all got. Basically, this is to approve the process through which the Business Board will award its recycle funding in 2 categories, and obviously once the process is approved, any successful projects that result from applying and successfully scoring through that process will be considered by the Business Board and the CA Board to be successfully awarded at future meetings. I'll stop there and basically take any questions.
Okay. Austin, do you want to make any comments? I mean, obviously I enjoyed the meeting like yourself when we talked about this, but
I think we've talked about some of the principles here before. I mean, the one thing that may give rise to some debate, which I can maybe just short circuit quickly, is the scoring criteria and the assessments here. It might surprise you that they're somewhat dislocated from the future direction in terms of considering the 6 pillars, but this is LGF funding, it's recycle funding from a previous funding mechanism, and therefore we're constrained by Bayes' rules and Bayes' obligations that we have to satisfy in the project selection and scoring criteria. The category 1 opportunities will all, by their very nature, because they need to be very short cycle, will be extensions to existing projects. And the category B will be smaller projects that will seed fund the larger opportunities through the government's levelling up fund opportunities.
Thank you, Austin. Does anybody want to add any further comments to that? Oh, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So if I could just ask the chair. So it's often quite difficult to, because it's all links for the business board papers, it's quite difficult to kind of battle your way through all the links. But again, I haven't read it in detail, but it says Category 1 says it will fund projects at around 400,000 from a pot of £1 million. So that's not very, does that mean you're not expecting very many applications there?
Correct.
And Category 2 says grants will be in the region of £1 million. I couldn't actually see what the size of the overall pot is for Category 2, please.
Steve could help us with the exact number for the Category 2 funding. What's left, Steve?
Yeah, it's likely to be around 5.7 million.
Okay. So can I just go back and ask about Category 1? If it's only a pot of £1 million, has the business board got any choice about the size of the awards? Just wondering about, how thinly or not we spread this money.
But by their very nature, the money has to get spent before December 22, and so this category is targeting extensions to scope to current projects where people have got meaningful asks to extend something that they've already got ongoing, where the applications are largely already known and understood. They're just incremental extensions to scope to projects. There are likely to be very, very few of those. But there are some very meaningful asks that can be dealt with very quickly and need to be to consume the funding. The Category 2 is a very different approach. That is taking a view that we will usefully use the funds to seed much larger opportunities. So where government is saying, well, we've got a £20 million funding opportunity under the levelling up agenda to do X, Y, Z, which is likely to come from you guys, but we need to put the first 10% on the table or so, then the seed funding will come from that pot, potentially.
Thank you, Austin. You've been a fantastic board so far, but can I just remind people to do questions through the chair? Sorry. And I'm told that there's a certain way of doing things, but just for the record, thank you. Any further questions? Any comeback, Councillor Smith? Happy?
No, thank you.
Okay, fine. Any further comments on this? Well, if not, I think we can move to the vote. Austin is the proposer. We need a seconder. Councillor Nessinger. Those in favour, please raise your hands. So that's unanimous by my reckoning. Thank you, Stephen. Thanks for earlier email. I appreciated your explanation that you gave to me as well. No
problem.
Part 8 is governance reports. And item 8 is combined authority board and committee membership changes for January 2022. Anne Gardiner, the governance manager, will introduce the report. Again, Anne,
Chair, I'll be doing this one. And with your leave, Chair, I'd like to add an additional limb to the recommendations, which I'll just run through. But this is a standing item to note to the board changes to the regulatory committees as notified by the constituent authorities, and to seek the board's ratification of changes to the membership of its executive committees. Those are set out in the report recommendations and the report itself. I'd like to add, with your leave, Chair, an additional G, which is simply to note the appointment by Fenland District Council of Councillor Jan Smith for the remainder of the municipal year as substitute on the Audit and Governance Committee. That was notified to me this morning.
Yeah, I'm noted. Can we have to do a vote on this, don't we? Right. We'll move. I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. I require a seconder from Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay, Councillor Bowden. Sorry. Okay. So thank you. Recommendations A, E, and F, and G. are for noting only. No vote is required, but for recommendations B, C and D, we require a simple majority of the present and voting. Can I take the... Sorry, are we ready to... Yeah, agreed. Votes. We're all agreed. Thank you. Carried unanimously. We then finally move on to 8.2, the annotated forward plan, which is the last item of business today, the annotated forward plan. Are there any decisions on the forward plan which are allocated to the executive committees which members think should be dealt with by the Combined Authority Board instead, or any questions or comments on the forward plan? A shaking of heads. So we can then move to the vote, and I'm moving the recommendation to approve the forward plan for November. For November? It says November there. I think is it for... We've been here that long? Okay. It's for January. Is it the forward plan for January or for February? What's the actual? January. Okay, January. Caught me out there. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Smith. Thank you. Those approved unanimously. I believe, yes, nods of everything. Thank you. So, the reserve meeting date of Wednesday the 23rd of February, so the board will next meet on Wednesday the 30th of March. Thank you to everyone for attending today and for those watching the meeting on the live stream or as a recording. The meeting is now closed.
Briefly, Mayor, could we just check whether...